Chapter 648. The aura on Yu Wuxuang was unfathomable. She was not as superior as Prince Tattoo. However, through this interaction, Jiangli felt that this lady might have surpassed Prince Tattoo. She was also an important figure in the Yi clan and the person in charge of the Immortal Tower. Jiangli didn't even have the slightest ability to resist in front of her. At this moment, he finally understood what a true expert was. When the martial arts that he was so proud of were evaluated as worthless, he was a little unconvinced at first, but he gradually calmed down. With his current cultivation, he was still very weak. He couldn't be compared to some great figures and gods. It was indeed a good thing to be judged like that. I'm not upset. I'm indeed shallow. I hope you can guide me. Jiangli was very humble. It was etiquette to be humble before a powerful being. Why don't you demonstrate all your martial arts for me to see? That's part of the interview. There was no expression on Yi Wuxuang's face at all. Sure, Jiangli started with the infinite divine fist. It was the first move that he had mastered all his martial arts, infinite origin. Yes, that's a decent move. Yi Wuxuang could not help but look a little more relaxed when he saw infinite origin. He seemed to think that Jiangli's martial arts were quite interesting. However, when Jiangli demonstrated the infinite future, infinite liberation, and infinite space-time, he could not help but shake his head. It seemed like such martial arts were hopeless. Stop! Yi Wuxuang shouted when he saw the last move, infinite space-time. Jiangli clenched his fists. His injuries earlier had healed, and he was calm. The first move was all right, but the moves after that were just scraps. You've turned many delicacies into a hodgepodge, Yi Wuxuang said. I can tell that you've thought about the first move carefully. You've been messing around since then. Impressive indeed. Jiangli's infinite divine fist's first move was a combination of 6 moves. That move was indeed extraordinary. The latter part was comprehended during the battle. Indeed, it was not completely rough, but regular powerhouses would not be able to tell it all. Only someone as powerful as Yi Wuxuang could see the flaws in it. I can easily find 1,000 ways to break this fist technique of yours. It's messy and impure. I think you'll have to cultivate it for a long time. However, to be fair, I won't let you down since you have your strengths. You're brave to be able to create your own martial art and cultivate it according to your own method. However, you're brave but not smart, Yi Wuxuang said. Your spiritual power is impressive. You could be considered a genius. My conversation with you has been recorded as a backup. You can pass the test. From now on, you are a member of the Genius Training Camp, and I will be your mentor. Yes, Jiangli was secretly delighted. Although Yi Wuxuang seemed strict, he was actually a very easygoing person. Are there only 2 parts to this assessment? There's no third assessment? No, there are only 2. In reality, you're capable enough to survive in the abandoned land, so you've passed the assessment. The following interview is just to see your background, your ability to adapt, and your understanding of martial Tao, heaven and earth, and destiny. However, your assessment has just begun in the Genius Training Camp. Crueler training awaits you. The elimination rate in the Genius Training Camp is very high. You'll be eliminated if you're not careful, and the result of elimination is death. Moreover, the Genius Training Camp will have a competition every once in a while to select the Genius King. Such a competition is the most important. I hope you can get the title of Genius King in the future. Yi Wuxuang said, however, your current hodgepodge of martial arts isn't enough to get the title of Genius King at all. So, how should I cultivate now? Jiangli asked humbly. The first step is to simplify your martial arts. Simplify all the moves of your fist technique. The first move is still fine, but all the remaining moves will be simplified into one move, including a drop in the ocean. It's just a drop in the bucket, Yi Wuxuang said. Also, I see that you've cultivated 8 laws. The structure of these laws is rather unique, so I don't think you came up with them yourself. You might have used some super powerful divine weapon or godhead, but it looks like it. However, you have to change it. This Yi Wuxuang is really powerful. I can't believe that she knows all the infinite Tao laws that I came up with the Emperor's Relic. I thought I could confuse everyone after cultivating the enigmatic law, but it seems like I can't hide it from an expert at all. Fortunately, this Yi Wuxuang doesn't seem to care about my identity. It doesn't matter anyway. To the Immortal Tower's upper echelon, the identities of all geniuses from different worlds aren't important, Jiang Li thought to himself. All right, I'll give you an identity enhancement. Yi Wuxuang tapped on it, and a gleam appeared on Jiang Li's identity chip. It was upgraded again, and its color was now green jade. Many of the system's permissions were unlocked, and his identity information read, Yi Jin, member of the Genius Training Camp. The Genius Training Camp member was a level higher than the official disciples. They had stepped into the privileged class of the Immortal Tower's Star Zone. In the Immortal Tower's Star Zone, most of the people were reserved disciples. They were struggling, and the official disciples were not treated well. However, being a genius disciple was already great. Therefore, many official disciples wanted to join the Genius Training Camp. Unfortunately, they did not even have the right to sign up. Those who could sign up must have the ability to challenge those on a higher level. For example, one could defeat a Tao-level powerhouse when they were on Saint level. For example, a person on 3 Tao levels could defeat someone on 5, 6, or even more Tao levels. Moreover, the death rate of these geniuses entering the abandoned land for the assessment was extremely high. There were hundreds of thousands of people in Jiang Li's group. Perhaps less than 1/5 of them would survive. Judging from that, one would definitely be an invincible person as long as they could enter the Genius Training Camp. They would become the Immortal Tower's upper echelon in the future. All right, you're now a part of the Genius Training Camp, Yi Wuxuang said. Yi Wuxuang said, you'll have 3 days to rest and familiarize yourself with the Immortal Tower's Star Zone. The Genius Training Camp is in this great world. You can go there and find your territory. Build a cave abode there, and that'll be your cultivation place from now on. Yes, Jiang Li said nothing more. Meanwhile, Yi Wuxuang disappeared from the room in a flash. Jiang Li's soul connected to the system. He realized that he was in a dimension that was even bigger than the cultivation world. It was the Genius Training Camp's campsite, and his territory had been divided. He ascended and left this place. He saw a scorching sun hanging in the sky above the boundless land. The sun was not a star, but a ball that contained rich energy. It was neither spiritual energy nor immortal energy. Instead, it was the immortal chi that was unique to the Immortal Tower's Star Zone. It was of a higher level than immortal energy and spiritual energy. As Jiang Li grabbed, a ball of immortal chi lingered at his fingertip. It turned into a line that was neither black nor white. This immortal chi is really mysterious. It contains the theory of yin and yang, life and death. It's so much more mysterious than the vitality in our cultivation world. Jiang Li was thinking again. He wanted to bring some of the ideas from the Immortal Tower's Star Zone development to the cultivation world. Every world had its own unique yuan chi. Back on the Lord planet, the human elite zone had even combined all sorts of vitality to form something called heaven chi for people to absorb. It could strengthen one's physique by tens of times. Right now, in the depths of the cultivation world, spiritual energy, divinity, immortal energy, all kinds of biological energy were mixed together to form a new type of energy. However, it had not yet been named, and this energy had not filled the entire world. In other words, the entire cultivation world was still constantly changing and squirming. If Jiang Li sent the information about the immortal chi here, the cultivation world would change again. However, he was powerless at the moment. However, he did not absorb the immortal chi. He wanted to check if there was anything about the oath in the immortal chi. Some worlds' vitality contained oaths. As soon as he absorbed it, it would be equivalent to him pledging his loyalty to the world. He searched the system network, and there was a lot of information about the immortal aura. The immortal aura is refined by the owner of the Immortal Tower by gathering the 9 heavens Xian Qi, the primordial spirit Qi, the primordial Qi, the black-yellow dragon Qi, and dozens of other rare Qi. It fills many advanced worlds in the star field, but the worlds that ordinary disciples live in can't absorb it. Only genius disciples and above can absorb it. Fortunately, this immortal chi doesn't contain anything about the oath. It seems like the Immortal Tower's Star Zone is very grand. This is the style that a universal sacred land should have. Jiang Li said, a universal sacred land shouldn't use those oaths to bind people. It should be something that represents the truth of the universe, making people automatically agree with its ideals. All rivers return to the sea. It's very difficult to deal with. If the immortal Qi contained some sort of oath, then Jiang Li would have felt that the immortal tower's star field wasn't grand enough. But now it seemed that this star field was truly difficult to deal with. He had no idea where Ba Liming was imprisoned, and with his current strength, it was impossible for him to find it. Only by climbing to the top would he know everything about the star zone. Rise. He began to set up a formation and build his cave abode according to the A.I. chip's instructions. This place was a mountain range with an area of about 100 square kilometers, equivalent to a city on Earth. It was very small compared to the Great World. In this genius training camp, even if Earth were to be placed in it, it would only be a drop in the ocean. This mountain range was filled with jade-colored soil, which was fragrant. There were many strange flowers and trees, all of which were rare medicinal herbs. After Jiang Li built his cave abode here, he could plant and manage it himself. In the future, this would be Jiang Li's foundation. Beams of light rose up and formed a formation here. Then, the energy formed pavilions and jade palaces. Finally, a dense fog shrouded this place. Just like that, a cave abode was built. After building the cave abode, Jiang Li's soul entered the virtual world. He sent a mail directly to Hua Zhuxian of the Three-Eyed Race. The request was approved immediately. In a green cloud, Hua Zhuxian and Jiang Li met again. Brother, your Chaos Tower magical treasures have been sold. Congratulations on becoming a disciple of the Genius Training Camp and a billionaire. Hua Zhuxian smiled. Your account will have an additional 360 million Chaos coins. Chapter 649. Ding Dong. As expected, 360 million Chaos coins appeared in Jiang Li's account. Every Chaos coin was precious. Thinking about it, it took some effort for Jiang Li to condense one Chaos coin with his spiritual energy of 10,000 units back then. That showed how valuable the Chaos coin was. If it was converted to spirit stones, one Chaos coin could buy 100 kilograms of spirit stones. Even saints and Tao powerhouses had a high demand for spirit stones. Even in the Immortal Tower's star zone, spiritual energy was needed to condense the immortal aura. Without spiritual energy, everything was nothing. Therefore, spiritual energy was a hard currency no matter where one went. 360 million Chaos coins was a large sum to the Immortal Tower's disciples. 100 million Chaos coins, and you can go to God's classroom and listen to God's lecture. You can go there 3 times now. Hua Zhuxian said, Brother, we should discuss how much are you selling your Immortal Slaying Tao and Immortal Slaying Tao. I want to improve my cultivation quickly. What do you think I should exchange them for? Jiang Li asked. He had not thought about what he wanted to exchange for. Actually, the best way to improve your cultivation quickly is to accumulate enough Chaos coins and use God's power to empower you. The second way is to listen to God's lecture. However, these are not the basics. You still have to improve your cultivation by yourself. Although you can improve your combat power temporarily by borrowing someone else's help, I'm afraid it will be difficult to improve in the future. However, if you need something to improve your combat power quickly, I can still do it, Hua Zhuxian said solemnly. Jiang Li knew that it was not a lie. Cultivation really had to rely on one's own understanding. Otherwise, it was impossible to reach the highest level. Why don't I use Chaos coins to buy your 2 Tao? Hua Zhuxian said. Anyway, in the Immortal Tower's star zone, countless treasures can be traded online. You can buy it if you like it. How much are you going to pay? Jiang Li asked. 10 times the previous price. We'll pay 360 million Chaos coins to buy your 2 Tao, Hua Zhuxian said in a bold manner. Let me do some calculations. Jiang Li thought of Yi Wushuang all of a sudden and sent her an email to ask. Yi Wushuang replied in an instant. You actually have these 2 great Tao? Selling it for 3.6 billion was also acceptable. The Hua clan had a genius who cultivated the immortal, slaying great Tao, and he had naturally been eyeing these two great Taos for a long time. However, the primeval great Tao was something that could only be discovered and not sought. Since he had grasped it, he could offer a higher price. Of course, if he wanted to befriend the Hua clan, he could also sell it at this price. The ancestor of the Hua clan was one of the most powerful of the 108 divine generals. He was the fire god. Our Yi clan's ancestor is below him, the wood god. The ancestor of the Yi family is actually the wood god. Zhongli knew some secrets. Yi Wushuang said nothing more after replying. Zhongli turned around. Brother, it's a deal. I'll give you 2 great Daos right now. However, this is the virtual world. How can I trade? It's simple. There's a virtual trading system on the network. Go out and click on the trading system. Naturally, there'll be a force that wraps around your great Tao and teleports you to my place. It'll be the same when you buy things online in the future, Hua Immortal Slayer said. Zhongli observed with his mind immediately. As expected, there was a trading platform in the system. After activating it, his mind exited the virtual world. Subsequently, a giant hand condensed from energy appeared before him, emitting a spiritual wave. Do you want to sell your goods? Yes. Zhongli nodded and placed the immortal slaying great Tao and the immortal slaying great Tao into the giant hand. The giant hand grabbed the 2 great Taos and went deep into space. It was the entire Immortal Tower's Star Zone's transportation system. Transactions were done by this system. It was the origin power of the entire Star Zone. Of course, the system would take some commission for every transaction. Basically, the transaction was fair. Nobody could be deceived, not even gods. Even gods could not be deceived in transactions. In the Immortal Tower's Star Zone, fairness and justice could be guaranteed. The next moment, Zhongli received a message. Brother, I've received the 2 great Daos. Your money has been transferred over. Beep, beep, beep. Along with this message was the notification of the money being transferred into his account. 6 billion chaos coins were all in his account. This was a huge sum of money. It also showed how powerful the Hua family was. Brother, in 10 days, our Hua family's fire god will give a lecture. You can come and listen for free, Hua Immortal Slayer said. No problem, I'll definitely come. Speaking of which, you passed the test too. You should have a place to build a cave abode in the Genius Training Camp world, right? Zhongli asked. Yes, I've already started, but it's very far from you. I wonder who your neighbor will be this time, Hua Immortal Slayer said. Brother, I'm going to cultivate. Contact me if you need anything. Okay. Zhongli knew that Hua Immortal Slayer had received 2 great Daos and was eager to go back to cultivate. Once this person mastered the Immortal Slayer Great Tao, he would probably become the king of geniuses. He had received close to 4 billion chaos coins. This was a huge sum of money. He could buy many things. He could even listen to a god's lecture 40 times. He was thinking about how to cultivate. Should he really listen to a god's lecture? Or should he buy some cultivation materials online? At this moment, outside his cave abode, a strong brilliance descended from the sky. Zhongli felt the heaven and earth's essence qi surging. All the immortal qi was plundered. The light in the sky dimmed. He could not absorb any immortal qi in his cave abode anymore. Who is so domineering? Zhongli split a portion of his consciousness to observe. He saw a girl in snow-white clothes and a red headscarf floating in the air. Her hands were forming complicated seals, and she was also constructing a cave. Her aura was simply overwhelming, as though it could condense everything. With a grab of her palm, it was unknown how much undying qi was sucked into her palm. It was as though her body was the boundless void, able to absorb everything. Just like that, her cave abode was successfully built. It was a mountain with sharp shapes. They were like swords that pierced into the sky. Many sword and blade mountains revolved around a main peak, forming a sword and blade formation. Killing energy rushed into the clouds. It had a feeling that it was going to bring the universe back to primordial times. Who knew what Tao this was? It was so majestic. It's actually her. Zhongli was shocked. He had a deep impression of this girl. In the abandoned land, the 20-path universe brain demon was cleanly slain by her with a single slash. This girl's strength could no longer be described as unfathomable. She was simply invincible. Not long later, the girl finished building the cave abode. The immortal Chi also calmed down. She did not plunder anymore. If it was like before, Zhongli would not need to cultivate at all. He could only buy immortal stones online to absorb essence Chi. On the internet, there were immortal stones that were extremely expensive. They were formed from large amounts of immortal Chi. This girl will be my neighbor from now on. Zhongli sent out a divine sense wave. Hello. The eyes of the white-robed woman flickered as she looked over. When Zhongli met her gaze, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes as tears flowed down his face. This woman's cultivation was far above his. Although his mental energy was equivalent to that of an expert with 17 great Daos, he felt that in front of this woman, it was not even worth mentioning. How could there be such a genius in this world? Zhongli felt that he needed to condense the 9th nomological law before he could improve again. However, he still had no idea what the 9th nomological law looked like. Hello. The girl in white's gaze softened a little. Zhongli's eyes no longer stung. My name is Eugene. From now on, we are neighbors. This is the cave abode. I hope that I can ask you for advice on cultivation in the future. Zhongli expressed humility and politeness. Ask me for advice on cultivation? Sure, as long as you can afford the price. The girl in white was still very calm. She was like a clear spring without a trace of emotion. It was somewhat similar to the heaven's will of a world. You can call me Luo Feng. How much is it? Zhongli inquired about the price. 100 million chaos coins. One time, the girl in white, Luo Feng, said. What? Such a high price? Zhongli was shocked. Listening to a god's lecture costs only 100 million chaos coins. You can actually stand shoulder to shoulder with a god? My cultivation philosophy can indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with a god. The girl in white, Luo Feng, did not move. She seemed to think that even a god was not a big deal. Zhongli did not know where she got her confidence from. In front of God, one had to maintain sufficient humility. This was a sign of modesty. If one was arrogant in front of God, that would be arrogant stupidity. The girl in white, Luo Feng, in front of him was definitely not arrogant or stupid. Otherwise, she would not have been able to cultivate to such a level. From the looks of it, this girl's inner world was very strong. She was very knowledgeable. Perhaps she really had the foundation and absolute confidence to advance to the God realm. All right, I'll pay 100 million. Give me a lecture, Zhongli said. What? This time, it was the girl in white, Luo Feng's turn to be shocked. She had only said it casually. She did not expect Zhongli to take it seriously. He could really take out 100 million chaos coins to listen to her lecture. There is actually such a person in the world? Why? Can I? Zhongli smiled. I think that your cultivation is sharp and completely valuable. However, 100 million chaos coins is not a small amount. I hope that you can explain to me many of the mysteries of my cultivation so that my trip will not be in vain. Don't worry. Since I've accepted the money, I will explain to you to my heart's content. Luo Feng thought about it. Earning 100 million chaos coins was not bad. But where did you get 100 million chaos coins? I obtained many things in the abandoned land. Zhongli did not explain. 100 million chaos coins is still within my means. Then pay up. I'll explain it to you right now. Luo Feng transmitted her thoughts and sent her account number to Zhongli's chip. Chapter 650. Actually, Zhongli wasn't here to listen to Luo Feng's lecture. He wanted to make friends with her. This lady in front of him was extremely powerful, and befriending her would bring him great benefits in the future. 79, throwing out 100 million for free as a pretense to get a chance to speak wasn't a bad thing. Although 100 million chaos coins could do many things, Zhongli had made a temporary plan. A small investment would definitely bring him great returns. Moreover, Luo Feng was his neighbor. This move would bring them closer. Ding dong. The money was transferred to Luo Feng's account. You really have 100 million. Luo Feng looked at the cash in the account. You actually gave it to me, just like that. You didn't even try to bargain. Do you really believe what I said? Given your cultivation base, you should not be lying. Since you were able to answer my questions regarding my cultivation base, I will be going to attend Vulcan's lecture in a few days. I wonder, who will benefit more from your lecture or Vulcan's? After Jiangli paid the bill, he felt that the atmosphere between the two of them had become much closer. The lady in white clothes and red scarf wasn't cold and emotionless. She had a tinge of emotions. I guarantee that what you get is no different from listening to God's lecture. The lady in white clothes and red scarf, Luo Feng, said, God is high above. What he understands is completely different from what you understand. You might not understand, but what I'm saying is from your perspective. It can definitely give you a thought-provoking enlightenment. I'm all ears, Jiangli said. Come, enter my cave abode. I've taken someone's money, and I'm helping them to eliminate disasters. Luo Feng waved her hand, and a huge force seeped into Jiang Li's cave abode. With a slight suction, Jiang Li was pulled into Luo Feng's cave abode. Impressive. Although Jiang Li didn't resist, to be able to pull him into the air was also extremely powerful. Not many people could do that. This Luo Feng had called him over to exchange for him effortlessly. Only after entering the Immortal Tower Starfield did he realize that there were many experts and that his achievements were not worth mentioning. In the cave abode, it was very simple. It was just a clean white stone room. Luo Feng sat on the ground and gestured for Jiang Li to sit down. Then he examined his body. 8 nomological laws, and each of them has over 10 million runes. Your psychic energy is actually at the level of 17 great Taos. Damn, I didn't pay attention. Only now do I see that you are an exceptional genius. Luo Feng, on the other hand, was rather shocked. Unlike Yi Wushuang, she did not belittle Jiang Li like he was worthless. Instead, she said something fair. I wouldn't dare to call myself a peerless genius. I'm nothing compared to you. Jiang Li smiled and said, I want to condense my 9th nomological law now. Do you have any suggestions? Just give me a rough look at your cultivation method, not the specific cultivation method. Luo Feng said, in case you say that I stole your cultivation method. It doesn't matter. Jiang Li said, I created this cultivation method myself. I'm happy to promote it. If you don't understand the specific cultivation method, why would you give me pointers? As he spoke, he moved his mind and transferred the 8 infinite Tao nomological laws and even the infinite divine fist to her. Luo Feng accepted it gladly and began calculating. A ball of flame appeared above her head. Countless shadows and data flickered as if there were billions of worlds being born and destroyed in it at an extremely fast speed. She was thinking and calculating. It was faster, better, and more complete than any large-scale photon computer because photon computers did not have intelligence. However, life did. Intelligence had flashes of brilliance and was good at creating. Shoo! After a long while, Luo Feng opened her eyes and let out a long sigh. That's amazing. I have to say that this cultivation method is unique. The martial art is powerful too. Did you really create it yourself? It seems that I can only research it with you. I can't accept the 100 million because this self-created cultivation method of yours contains many divine arts and secret arts. It has inspired me greatly and allowed my cultivation to enter a whole new level. I'll return the 100 million to you. Ding dong. The 100 million Luo Feng returned appeared in Jiang Li's account. I cultivate the creation great Tao. Luo Feng said, the strongest Tao in the celestial world. It contains 100 nomological laws, each with earth-shattering power. Each nomological law has 90 million runes. I've already cultivated the creation Tao to perfection. No wonder you're so strong. Jiang Li was shocked. Compared to the immortal, slaying Great Tao, the creation Great Tao was stronger. Otherwise, the celestial world would have been destroyed by the creator of the immortal Slayer Tao. The infinite Tao you created points directly to the heart and contains many transformations. It has inspired me a lot. I think we can cultivate together, especially your infinite divine fist. The first move is ingenious, but the following moves are complicated, not concise, and their power is scattered. I think my creation Tao is suitable for you, or should I say, can inspire you. Right now, you have a total of 16 moves in your infinite divine fist. I feel that other than the first move, the other 15 moves can be combined into a single move, called infinite good fortune. Good fortune itself contains all sorts of future, liberation, freedom, the heavens, calamity, fate, all sorts of intents. The white-robed Luo Feng didn't mince her words. A spark of enlightenment is hidden within the great Tao. Infinite good fortune exists in the heart. Really? Jiang Li's words were thought-provoking. He seemed to have grasped some secrets. He stood up and started practicing the infinite divine fist. From the first move to the 16th move, and from the 16th move to the first move. The cycle became faster and faster, and it was impossible to tell which move was which. However, even if he practiced it again, he couldn't find any deeper secrets and couldn't combine the remaining 15 moves together. Creation Divine Fist. At that moment, Luo Feng stood up and punched at Jiang Li. Jiang Li's body trembled. He felt all of his mental energy being focused on a single point. He only saw a fist appearing in front of him, and everything else had already vanished. Within that fist, there seemed to be an ancient deity breaking through everything, with a myriad of transformations within it. The 7 emotions and 6 desires, the world of mortals being turned upside down, the world of mortals sinking into oblivion, all of these were contained within that fist. Jiang Li couldn't describe the power of her fist. All the transformations of the infinite divine fist seemed so weak in front of this fist. All his defenses were broken, and it landed heavily on his chest. Jiang Li flew out just like that. He smashed into the wall and rolled down. Blood spurted out. He was defeated by the fist. That was the difference between martial Tao. When his infinite divine fist collided with the celestial world's number 1 divine fist, the creation divine fist, many flaws were revealed. At that moment, he realized how right Yi Wushuang was when he said that he could not withstand a single blow. Your fist technique is too complicated. It's difficult for you to block my creation divine fist. However, I've learned many things from your infinite divine fist. Now, stand up and block it again. Spar with me. Luo Feng's red scarf danced in the wind, looking valiant. She threw out another punch. Jiang Li turned around and leaped, deducing the infinite divine fist to the extreme. Their moves collided again. The infinite divine fist and the creation divine fist fought each other. Luo Feng could see the great emperor's seal and the various secrets of the martial world, while Jiang Li could learn the essence of the creation divine fist. Bang! In close combat, Jiang Li was sent flying again. However, he did not vomit blood this time. Instead, he was in high spirits. The injuries from the first punch were completely healed. Very good. Luo Feng stood with his hands behind his back. The creation divine fist contains the Tao of life and death. My first punch is death, my second punch is life, and my third punch is neither life nor death. The same move contains different profoundness. It's all-encompassing. This is the creation divine fist. Creation is the highest secret of the universe and space-time. It's a supreme power that creates everything. It contains destiny. As soon as he finished speaking, another punch was thrown. This punch contained the growth and decline of everything, nourishing each other. There was no mystery that could compare to this punch. The power of this punch already possessed the profoundness of creation. Jiang Li's infinite divine fist was completely defeated in the 2 clashes, but he recognized the changes in Luo Feng's 2 punches. There seemed to be a wave of understanding in his heart. His soul fire was also flickering rapidly as he thought about the changes in martial arts. He thought about every tiny martial art move repeatedly in his heart, try to perfect it. That was his martial arts, his spirit. His infinite divine fist seemed to have something new injected into it. However, he was still sent flying by the punch. Just like that, he was sent flying again and again. He sparred with his neighbor, Luo Feng. Every clash gave him many new understandings. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt that the next 15 moves of the infinite divine fist in his mind, from infinity to infinity and space-time, were all fused together, with creation as the foundation. A new move, limitless good fortune, was born from a body. There were only two moves of the infinite divine fist left. Infinite origin, infinite creation. He fused creation into 15 moves. Its power was simply earth-shattering, and its lethality increased exponentially. Moreover, his spiritual power and even the 8 groups of nomological laws of the infinite great Tao were wriggling, as if they were about to undergo a fundamental change. However, he was still no match for Luo Feng. Luo Feng was a woman who had mastered the creation great Tao. From the looks of it, Luo Feng was a person with one great Tao. However, with her cultivation, she could probably defeat an expert with 30 great Taos. Moreover, this was a conservative estimate. The creation great Tao was too powerful. Even geniuses in the celestial world rarely mastered it. From this, it could be seen that Luo Feng's identity was really mysterious. She had a close relationship with the celestial world. It was very likely that she was someone from a celestial world's heavenly court. However, Zhongli was not interested in her identity. He only wanted to increase his own strength. After he gradually became stronger, he would find Ba Liming. You have finally started to fuse the initial steps of the infinite divine fist. I have also gained some understanding of my creation divine fist. This is a win-win situation. Luo Feng sat down again. For your 9th nomological law, my suggestion is to think of it from the perspective of continuous transformation. For example, a snake shedding its skin, a phoenix rising from the ashes, or a cicada shedding its shell. This suggestion has enlightened me. Zhongli felt a sense of comfort in his heart. He had really found the direction of his future development. Chapter 651. Every advancement was like a cicada shedding its carapace, a python shedding its skin and being reborn from the ashes. It had to keep getting stronger and evolve infinitely. This was indeed the train of thought for the 9th law. Zhongli couldn't think of it, but Luo Feng did. From this, it could be seen that Luo Feng's cultivation and knowledge of martial arts were far above Zhongli's. Of course, Zhongli's infinite divine fist was also a great inspiration to her. Not to mention anything else, the infinite divine fist contained the 1,000 autumns in a great dream. What year is today? Martial arts of the great emperor's seal. When she looked at the great emperor's seal, she could comprehend the style of the great emperors of the ancient immortal world. This was a win-win situation. However, although she knew where to go next, there was still a long way to go before she could complete the real structure of the law. Zhongli had to continue accumulating knowledge and condense the structure of the runes in his mind to form the law. This was a huge project that couldn't be completed in a short period of time. Not only that, when condensing the 9th law, Zhongli had to reconcile the connection between the other 8 laws. If he didn't, he would explode like a chicken. Cultivating the law was a very difficult thing, and creating one's own law was even more difficult, especially when Zhongli's self-created law was aimed at the king of the great Tao. It was even more ambitious. Once the great Tao of creation was mastered, one great Tao could fight against 30 or more great Taos. Zhongli's infinite great Tao aspired to surpass the great Tao of creation, but it still required luck and coincidence. After a round of cultivation, Zhongli had great gains. He simplified the 16 moves of the infinite divine fist into 2 moves, infinite origin and infinite creation. These 2 martial arts were not only more powerful than before, but the changes were also more exquisite. What was more amazing was that through these 2 martial arts, Zhongli had a deep understanding of the divine fist of creation. The divine fist of creation was a supreme art comparable to the great emperor's seal. With this, Zhongli also had a deep understanding of the great emperor's seal. All right, we've all benefited a lot this time. I need to go somewhere and cultivate in seclusion. Let's keep in touch when we have time. After saying that, Luo Feng disappeared, but he left an address for Zhongli on the internet. Zhongli returned to his cave abode and continued to comprehend. After several days, he still did not comprehend anything. He searched for a lot of cultivation materials on the internet, but it was of no use. From this, it could be seen that the following cultivation would be even more difficult. Just 9 laws were already so difficult to comprehend. If one wanted to comprehend 100 great Taoists, even gods would find it difficult to accomplish. But who asked Jiang Li to embark on this road of no return? Fortunately, this was what made it challenging. Beep, beep, beep. On this day, an email was sent to him. You have obtained a place to listen to the Fire God's lecture. Will you go? The email contained an address. In the depths of the Immortal Tower's star field, there was a Fire God nation. It was the Fire God's holy nation. Every once in a while, the Fire God would give a lecture. As long as one was a disciple of the Immortal Tower and paid 100 million chaos coins, they could attend. But this time, Zhongli did not pay any chaos coins. Instead, he obtained an invitation to go to the Fire God's holy nation directly. This was naturally thanks to Hua Zhuxian. It was an additional compensation for the 2 great Taoists. Of course, there was also the intention of the Hua clan's higher-ups to observe Jiang Li in secret. They wanted to see if this person could be nurtured as an ally. Although Jiang Li was now Yi Jin from the Yi clan, anyone with a discerning eye would know what was going on. If Jiang Li was a talent, they would not mind snatching him from the Yi clan's hands. After all, snatching talents was very popular in the Immortal Tower starfield. Teleport to the Fire God's holy nation. Jiang Li's soul entered the system and issued an order. A voice was heard. Your identity has been scanned. You have obtained the invitation from the Fire God's holy nation. Connect to the Fire God's holy nation's system and proceed with the teleportation. You will need to pay 10,000 chaos coins for this teleportation. What an expensive teleportation. Hearing this voice, Jiang Li secretly clicked his tongue. In the Immortal Tower's starfield, there was a teleportation system. Depending on your status and rank, you could teleport to any place. Of course, you would need to pay a fee. The teleportation system was like the buses and subways of that era. Of course, with the technology of the Immortal Tower starfield, there would definitely not be those primitive and ancient spaceship teleportation. Wormhole teleportation was also outdated. In the Immortal Tower's starfield, it was teleportation using telepathic thoughts. As long as your soul was connected to the network and you thought of the teleportation location, the vast divine power of the system would condense and teleport you through time and space according to your thoughts. Moreover, it was teleportation at any time. Of course, if you wanted to teleport to private territory, you still needed the other party's permission or invitation. Not only would the system not teleport you, in particular, the God's holy nation could not be teleported easily. After Jiang Li received the invitation, the system connected to the God's holy nation. Only then did he confirm it. A force wrapped around Jiang Li. The next moment, he disappeared from the world of the Genius Training Camp and headed for the Fire God's holy nation. The Immortal Tower's star field is indeed powerful. With such technology and the power of the system, the cultivation world's heavens will is just like an ant's dust in front of it. No wonder it is the sacred land of the universe. It seems like the human world has a long way to go before it can be established. During these few days, Jiang Li gained many insights in the Immortal Tower's starfield. If he were to go back and establish the cultivation world, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level. However, he still needed to continuously accumulate knowledge. We have arrived at the Fire God's holy nation. Although you have received the invitation, you have to remain humble and don't move around recklessly. Someone will come to receive you. Before opening his eyes, Jiang Li had already received this message in his soul. When Jiang Li opened his eyes, he found himself in a crimson-red nation. Just as he had imagined, the God's holy nation before him was a sea of fire. However, he could not feel any heat at all. The ground was crimson-red crystals, and the air was filled with drifting flames. Hello. When Jiang Li's feet touched the ground, a flame figure appeared in front of him. It was very courteous. Hello, you are the guide, right? I am a disciple who is here for a lecture. Please lead the way. Jiang Li knew that this flame figure was the fire spirit of the Fire God's holy nation. It specially welcomed people who entered the holy nation for the first time and taught them to follow the rules of the holy nation. I am the guide. There are many rules in the fire god's holy nation. I will tell you one by one now. Also, you are not allowed to move around casually. I will bring you to the place for the lecture. Sit down quietly and wait for everyone to arrive. Then, the fire god will descend. At that time, you will be able to witness the glory of the fire god. The flame figure led Jiangli along. After a long time, they arrived at an altar. There was a seat on it which belonged to Jiangli. Just sit on it and wait quietly, said the flame figure. Jiangli naturally did not dare to peep too much in the holy nation. He sat on it obediently and did not move. Actually, he was secretly observing the changes in the entire holy nation. Everything in this holy nation was flawless. The fire elements and fire runes were rippling within. It made Jiangli feel as though he had come to the fire dimension. The fire here was not an ordinary fire. It was a kind of congenital fire source that displayed the true essence of fire a long time ago. There were gods in the fire dimension too, but they were definitely not as strong as the fire god in front of him. This was based on a kind of instinct. What kind of existence was the fire god? Jiangli could not figure it out, but fortunately, he would be able to see the true face of the fire god soon. Just as he was sitting quietly, many experts beside him, under the guidance of the flame figure, sat on their respective altars. They were solemn, and no one dared to make any noise. Some of these experts were young, and some were old. There were males and females, and they came from various forces in the Immortal Tower. Jiangli wanted to interact with these people and get closer to them so that he could make more friends. However, after seeing the scene today, he decided against it, because no one was talking. This was not a place for communication. The fire god has descended. A faint message spread in all directions. It was unknown who was the one who spread it. Jiang Li's heart trembled. He was surrounded by flames all around him. He calmed down and saw a sea of flames descending from the heavens. In the depths of the sea of flames, a person appeared. That was a young man wearing a fiery robe. The moment he appeared, a powerful and boundless will resounded throughout the entire divine kingdom. Your body is not the real body, and this body is not the J body. The blazing fire burns this body, and this body is reborn. A gatha came out from the mouth of the fire god. Every word was like a gem, and it shook Jiang Li's mind fiercely like a great bell. Your body is not the real body, and this body is not the J body. The blazing fire burns this body, and this body is reborn. He muttered it word by word. Suddenly, he connected it with his ninth law, and he had a sudden epiphany. The meaning of this gatha was, your current body is not your real body. You have to free yourself from your current body to obtain a brand new one. This was the profound concept contained in this gatha. However, Jiangli was deep in thought. He did not immediately understand it. Fortunately, the fire god began his lecture. Today, I will impart to you the art of rebirth through flames. This fire is not the real fire, but the transformation of your own soul fire. What is fire? In this world, all energy transformations are fire. Energy is active, and it is fire. Without fire, there is no life. The fire that you understand is not the fire that you see. The will of God swept across the place. Jiangli listened with a carefree and relaxed spirit. He felt the fire god's will and suddenly recalled that a long time ago, he also had such an understanding of the great emperor's fire seal. Without fire, there would be no civilization. Fire was light, and light was brightness. It was also an order. Of course, God's lecture was not that simple. He was imparting the highest knowledge to the people who came to listen, and that was the art of rebirth through flames. This was a divine technique. The so-called art of rebirth through flames is how you use your own soul fire when you encounter a great danger. You discard yourself and obtain a new life, thereby becoming stronger. Your soul fire transformation has many mysteries, but it is a pity that you do not know how to use it. In this world, there are very few people who can understand the true mysteries of the soul fire. I will now unravel the secret of this fire for you. The fire god said again. Chapter 652. Fire god was talking about the secrets of the soul flame, the structure of the flame, and the condensation of the soul itself. This was the first time Zhongli knew that there were so many secrets to the soul flame. In a person's cultivation, the soul flame was the source. It was a mass of mental energy that lit up the void. It was the core of a person. With it as energy, one could condense many laws, runes, daos, refine treasures, attack enemies, and complete all kinds of actions. It was the source of immortality, the change of a person's core. I am fire god. If I didn't understand the soul flame, how could I become a god? Fire god's was transmitted. Zhongli observed fire god and found that his face was calm. He didn't look like a god. To be precise, he didn't have the majesty and aura that Zhongli had imagined. Zhongli had never seen a living god, but he had seen the corpses of gods from the martial world, the celestial world, and the dragon world. The corpses of gods were powerful and immortal. With a slight movement, the life and death of an entire star region could be decided with a single thought. But this fire god didn't feel like he could control life and death. He gave off a warm and kind feeling like the winter sun. He didn't have the authority of a god, but he brought life to the world. Because of this, Zhongli didn't doubt fire god's strength at all. The soul flame is like a lamp. When everyone is born, the void is dark. Only when you light up the lamp can you see yourself clearly. Fire god said, "The reason why I taught you cultivation is because the lamp is passed down." What was cultivation for? It wasn't for the sake of transcending. It wasn't for the sake of fighting for supremacy. It was for the sake of lighting up the void. A single person's soul fire couldn't dispel the darkness. But if everyone lit up a lamp, wouldn't the entire world be filled with light? We are all living in the fog and darkness. Only when everyone cultivates will the whole world be illuminated, and the world will sublimate. Only when the world sublimates will you be able to sublimate. If you want to transcend, it is definitely not just you. Only when the world changes will you be able to change. Rumble. When Zhongli heard this concept, he immediately felt a connection. Cultivation was like lighting a lamp. Imparting cultivation to others was like lighting a lamp for them. When a lamp was lit, it could bring warmth and light to oneself as well. In this dark and desolate place, in this silent world, if more people could light up a lamp, it would bring more warmth. This was the philosophy of cultivation. Cultivation was not for the sake of hegemony, nor was it for the sake of transcendence. Instead, it was for the sake of providing warmth and light to others and oneself in this desolate world. The light would be passed on, and ultimately, the world would be changed. This was the true essence of cultivation. What was the purpose of cultivation? The simplest reason was to become stronger, to live a better life, and to not be bullied by others. However, no matter how many reasons there were, none of them were as clear, pure, and impure as the one before him. The most important aspect of cultivation was to know what one was cultivating for. Otherwise, one would never become an expert if one was muddle-headed. In Zhongli's eyes, the god of fire before him wasn't just a god, but a propagator of civilization. He and the great emperor's fire seal verified each other's understanding of the fire rebirth method that the god of fire had just mentioned. Suddenly, the structure of the ninth nomological law was completed. The shape of the ninth nomological law was a lamp. Many runes formed a bright lamp, like a Buddha from ancient legends, the Dipankara ancient Buddha. However, this was just an image. It wasn't easy to cultivate it. He still needed to deliberate carefully. This nomological law was called rebirth. Emptiness, life, oblivion, fate, center, human, struggle, enigma. After the 8 nomological laws, the 9th nomological law, rebirth, was already on the front stage. After some time, the god of fire suddenly sent out a thought. Today's lesson will end here. You will receive the system notification when the next lesson will be held. In the next lesson, I will be talking about how to use flames to attack. Then, the god of fire disappeared. The atmosphere became more relaxed. Many people greeted each other and then left the place one after another. At this time, Zhongli couldn't be bothered to communicate with others. He wanted to go back and comprehend it. He connected to the system, spent 10,000 chaos coins, and teleported back to the genius training camp. The experiences of the past few days had greatly improved his cultivation base. It seemed like he had made the right decision to come to the Immortal Tower's star zone. If he had stayed in the cultivation world and the Milky Way, he would never have achieved what he had today. After all, this was one of the two sacred grounds of the infinite worlds. The knowledge he learned here was not trivial. After looking at Yi Wushuang, Luo Feng, and the god of fire, Zhongli did not feel arrogant at all. He knew how terrifying the existence he was facing was. He was still far from being able to save the human martial ancestor, Ba Liming. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he returned to his cave abode in the genius training camp, his chip sent another message. It was Yi Wushuang. Yi Jin, come to my cave abode now. Zhongli moved immediately. This time, he spent 1 chaos coin to enter Yi Wushuang's cave abode. Yi Wushuang stood there, and a book appeared before her. She was reading it carefully. It was a jade book, not data or runes. It seemed to be an ancient treasure. You're here. Yi Wushuang's gaze landed on Zhongli from the book. Her nostrils were filled with doubt. It's only been a few days, and your cultivation base has improved so much. Why don't you show me your infinite divine punch? Yes. Zhongli separated his fists and attacked Yi Wushuang. He unleashed infinite origin and infinite creation. Yi Wushuang took the attack with one hand. Her body swayed, and she opened her fingers. She grabbed the air and spun continuously. All the changes were eliminated again. Her claws attacked the center of infinite creation. Swoosh! That grab tore off a large piece of blood from Zhongli's chest. However, Zhongli seized the opportunity to retreat. He was not sent flying like before. You've indeed condensed the last 15 moves into one. However, the carvings of this fist technique are more intense. I think you've comprehended the secret of the creation divine fist. I know you've become neighbors with Luo Feng. Did you obtain the creation divine fist from her? Yi Wushuang's guess was accurate. What exactly is Luo Feng's background? Zhongli said, she must be from the immortal world. That's right. The creation divine fist is the immortal world's biggest secret. Only those with the heavenly court's bloodline and outstanding disciples can cultivate it. Among 100 million outstanding disciples, there might not even be one who can cultivate it. Luofeng's real identity is the princess of the immortal world's heavenly court. She came to the Immortal Tower's star zone to look for the creation jade disk's fragment. We all know that. Yi Wushuang smiled lightly. What? Her identity is so honorable? Zhongli could indeed see the shadow of the immortal realm in Luo Feng, but he didn't expect her identity to be so exalted. She was a princess of the immortal realm's heavenly court. Of course, with her strength, she was indeed worthy of that title. She only had 1 great Dao, but she was already comparable to experts with more than 30 great Daos. Given how vast the immortal world was, powerhouses with more than 30 great paths would be unparalleled figures. But it doesn't matter. All worlds have their pawns lying in ambush in the Immortal Tower's star zone. There are many people who want the creation jade disk fragment. Yi Wushuang said, the Immortal Tower is a sacred ground. How's my cultivation base? Zhongli asked. You said that my technique has a strong trace of infinite creation carving. What's the problem? Your problem is simple. You've lost a lot of things by pursuing integration on purpose. However, now that you have the framework, you'll have to perfect this technique slowly. Yi Wushuang was rather satisfied with Jiang Li's martial arts. I called you here today for the battle of the Genius King. The Genius Training Camp will select the Genius King every once in a while. I hope you can get the title. As soon as you get it, the upper echelons will give you a lot of resources. You can even get a position. That'll strengthen our Yi family's power greatly. Zhongli knew that the Genius King was equivalent to a champion. The Immortal Tower's upper echelons valued such people. Once a Genius King became a Genius King, he or she would be given an important position. It could be managing the finances, leading the army, being a governor in a great world, or leading a fleet to explore. One must know that it was not easy to become a disciple of the genius training camp. To be able to stand out in the massive genius training camp and become a genius king was not only about one's ability, but one also had immense luck. Every genius had an enormous amount of providence, and the kings of the Sky Kings were the kings of providence. Naturally, the Immortal Tower had to make use of these people to benefit itself. Even if the Genius King had ulterior motives, the Immortal Tower did not care. It was confident that it could control these geniuses and make use of their luck. That was the aura of a king. There are many such examples in history. When it came to conquering the world, those talented and bold emperors knew that some of their subordinates were ambitious and rebellious, but they still used their power and wisdom to conquer the world for them. When they succeeded, they began to kill the people who had contributed. Therefore, no matter who became the Genius King, the Immortal Tower would put him or her in an important position. Only then would it not be a waste of luck. The Genius King was a serpent, while the Immortal Tower was a true dragon. When a true dragon was born, the serpent had to pave the way. You want me to be the Genius King? Zhongli shook his head. With Luo Feng around, it's impossible for me to surpass her. She's the Genius King, without a doubt. That might not be the case, Yu Shuang said. In reality, I belittled you to be worthless to motivate you. I can't believe that you've really transformed the second move of Infinite Divine Fist. That's out of my expectation. I still can't compare myself to Luo Feng. It's not that I'm humble or feel inferior, but I know the real gap between us. Zhongli would not take any chances at all. He knew that unless he cultivated the infinite Tao, it was impossible for him to compete with Luo Feng. Moreover, he did not want to be the Genius King at all. He wanted to operate in the dark. Chapter 653. Your performance is great. You're calm. If you were high-spirited and swore to be the Genius King, I'd think you're frivolous. No supreme existence has a smooth journey. They must go through pain, torture, grievance, and have their dignity trampled. They must experience the suffering of the world. You must remain humble and know yourself. Now that you have such qualities, perhaps you won't be the Genius King this time, but you'll definitely be the next time. Yi Wushuang's attitude toward Jiang Li changed completely. One could stay in the genius training camp for a long time unless one's cultivation base surpassed 3 great Dao. Otherwise, one could train there for a long time. However, there were many trials in the genius training camp. Those who failed would be eliminated gradually. One could not stay on the same spot. One had to keep leveling up. The Genius King this time is definitely Luo Feng. Nobody can fight him. Zhongli still thought so. That's right. I want to listen to Fire God's lecture and learn the technique of rising from the ashes. I temporarily set my 9th law as the law of rebirth, and I've already constructed the form of a burning lamp. What do you think? Zhongli told Yi Wushuang about what he had learned. Yi Wushuang thought about it carefully, as if she was calculating. Many lamps appeared next to her. Not bad. Your comprehension is very high. That's the rough structure, but you're still far from completing the cultivation of the rebirth rule. Rebirth means that you've abandoned the past and obtained a new life. If that's the case, all of your rules will have to be consolidated again. It's a huge project. I can only cultivate it step by step. Zhongli was not afraid of the hassle. You have no hope in the Genius King battle this time, but I suggest you participate. However, there are casualties in the Genius King battle, and the death rate is high. Are you going or not? Yi Wushuang said. Of course, Zhongli said. This battle is a chance to train. How can I miss it? Since that's the case, you should go and sign up for it. 3 months from now, the Genius King battle will begin. As a disciple of the Genius Training Camp, you can choose to sign up or not. Yi Wushuang said, you can cultivate well during these 3 months. Even if you don't become the Genius King, if you obtain a high number of points in battles and exchange them for merit points, you'll be able to get the upper echelon's approval. If you agree, you can even apply for an important position in the system. To be an official in the Immortal Tower, firstly, one had to be promoted. Secondly, if one had no connections, one could use contribution points to buy an official position. This was a fair competition. As long as you contributed to the star field and had enough merit points, you could obtain the position and status you wanted. You could even command an army. Moreover, if the higher-ups were to promote you, they would definitely sacrifice their own merit points. Therefore, in order to obtain status, contribution points were the most important. In the Immortal Tower star field, if one wanted to obtain resources, he could use chaos coins to buy them. If one wanted to obtain a position, he could use merit points to exchange for it. Of course, as long as one had enough chaos coins, one could also buy merit points. Zhongli had obtained many merit points in the past, but he had spent them to obtain information about the lost god. Now, he did not have any merit points at all. If he obtained merit points, the first thing he did was to do various missions or kill chaos ancient beasts. The second thing was to pray and sacrifice the master of the Immortal Tower. Zhongli had been concerned about the search for the martial ancestor, Baliming. However, the search for such information was top secret. His status was not high enough, so he could not get the information. You can go to the abandoned land again and look for the Chaos Genie there to kill. The genie is an ancient remnant that contains the secret of the endless lamp. Perhaps killing those Chaos Genie can help you cultivate the law of rebirth quickly, Yi Wushuang suggested. Chaos Genie. Zhongli searched for information and found that it was in existence in the abandoned land similar to the Chaos Tower Demon and the Chaos Brain Demon. This genie was very mysterious. After it died, the lamp would be extinguished. However, not long after, the lamp would be reignited and it would be another life. Back then, Zhongli had cultivated the enigmatic law by absorbing the Chaos Brain Demon. Now that he was going to kill the Chaos Genie, he might really be able to cultivate the law of rebirth. Moreover, with his current cultivation base, he would not be surrounded and killed if he entered again. With his identity, if he wanted to enter the abandoned land, he only needed to connect to the system and contribute a portion of chaos coins and merit points. Zhongli did not have any merit points now, but he had money, so he could buy them online. With a thought, he connected to the network and spent 200,000 chaos coins to buy some merit points. Then, he sent an application to the system to enter the abandoned land. After inspection, you are a disciple of the Genius Training Camp and are qualified to enter the abandoned land. You will spend 100,000 chaos coins and 1,000 merit points. The system will open the dimensional portal for you. However, I have to warn you that the dimensional portal is random. It's very likely that you will be teleported into a horde of monsters. If that happens, you will die. Are you sure you want to teleport? The system's voice was cold. I'm sure I want to teleport. Although Zhongli was vigilant in his heart, he knew that even if he could teleport directly to the side of the powerful monsters, it was still impossible. This was because the tyrannical monsters had formed a huge force field, and it was impossible to break through their defense. Ding dong. The merit points and chaos coins were directly deducted from his account. Jiang Li's body spun, and he entered the abandoned land again. It was still covered in thick fog. He could not see the mountains, rivers, or land, and monsters were flying everywhere. In an instant, Jiang Li fell into a group of monsters. These monsters were like books with claws, mouths, and distorted facial features. They released scriptures that bound people's hearts. These were Chaos Book demons. They were also a powerful race. Every book was a demon, and there were countless cruel stories in the books. Ba-ba-ba-ba. When those book devils saw Jiang Li appear, they all flocked over and sent out scriptures to infiltrate his body. Those scriptures were like parasites, absorbing essence, energy, and turning people into dried corpses. Unlimited creation. Without thinking, Jiang Li used Unlimited God Fist to search souls. In a single move, it swept through the entire race. Thousands of book demons died in an instant, and books fell into Jiang Li's hands. Universe Palm. Jiang Li grabbed, and those ancient books were sealed in the depths of his small world. Right now, every cell in his body was a small world, and he could store large amounts of resources. A book fell into Jiang Li's hands, and it was still alive. Jiang Li sealed the book with a flick of his fingers. He opened the book and found that there were ancient words that he did not recognize recorded in it. These are the Khanate Chaos characters. It recorded a mess of incantations, history, and some fragment of martial arts. It was not proper at all. However, these books were also magic treasures. After taking them out, they could be sold for a high price. Let's sacrifice the souls of these book demons first. Zhongli waved his hand slightly, and an altar appeared in the air. He began to sacrifice. The souls of the book demons flew out and formed an arc around the altar. Sacrifice to the great master of the immortal tower. Zhongli had long learned the method and incantation of sacrifice. When these sacrifices flew out, his chaos coins and merit points kept increasing, but his spiritual power did not grow. This was because the book demons in front of him were not strong enough. There were not many great Dao powerhouses, and they were all saint-level monsters. After subduing the book demons here, Zhongli did not stay. His body flashed, turned into a cloud of fog, and went to find the Chaos Genie. The other demons were no longer attractive to him. His top priority was to find the Chaos Genie and kill as many of them as possible to see if he could comprehend the endless magic lamp and master the law of rebirth. He shuttled through the group of monsters without being discovered by any of them. This was because his cultivation had reached a level where he could confuse all things. He had mastered the law of enigma, and his cultivation had improved a lot recently. As long as he did not encounter an existence that was too strong or abnormal, he could basically survive here. He did not kill other monsters and directly lurked around the location of the Chaos Genie recorded on the internet. Bang! Suddenly, a huge wave was transmitted in front of him. It was a group of Genius Training Camp disciples besieging a group of book demons. This group of disciples was very powerful, and they were fighting with the endless book demons. However, it seemed that the disciples were also fighting with each other. The abandoned land of the Immortal Tower Star domain seemed to be a place outside the law, just like the black market on Earth in the past. Jiang Xinyue, stop right there. A mental wave spread out, causing Zhongli to stop in his tracks. This was because he discovered a familiar figure. It was Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue was surrounded by a group of disciples. She seemed to have offended someone. The leader was a young man in silver clothes. He stood with his hands behind his back, and his cultivation level was very high. He did not seem to want to kill Jiang Xinyue, but to subdue her. Jiang Xinyue, your luck is very good. You actually encountered a battle between a book demon and a tower demon. Both of them were injured and exhausted. That book demon has a total of 25 pages, which is equivalent to an expert with 25 great Dao. That tower demon has 24 levels, which is equivalent to an invincible demon with 24 great Dao. You obtained both of them. Do you think you can protect them? Just hand them over obediently. Don't even think about it. Jiang Xinyue was very stubborn and would not compromise at all. Don't be stubborn. Do you think that you can fight against us just by obtaining these two bodies? These two bodies are indeed powerful artifacts, but your mental strength cannot control them at all. The man in silver clothes said, I've always been unwilling to touch you, but since you don't listen to me now, there's nothing I can do. Why don't you try and see if you can fight against me? As he spoke, he approached and was already in Jiang Xinyue's defensive circle. A 24-story pagoda immediately rose from Jiang Xinyue's body. She sat on the top of the pagoda, holding a 25-page book in her hand. Chapter 654. The moment these two treasures appeared, they gave off an extremely powerful aura. First, they protected Jiang Xinyue from all attacks. However, the silver-robed man's attack power was very fierce. He slowly stretched out his palm, and silver light shone. Silver runes twisted like lightning, forming a great Dao. His eyes exploded with the brightest light. He raised his hand, and the silver light cut into the light of Jiang Xinyue's pagoda and book. Jiang Xinyue's body shook, and the light of the pagoda and book dimmed. As expected, Jiang Xinyue's cultivation level was too low. She couldn't control the pagoda and book at all, and the circulation of her true qi was easily cut off. Give it to me. The silver-robed man grabbed, and the pagoda and book were about to leave Jiang Xinyue's body. At that moment, a shadow cut into the circle of light. It touched the silver-robed man's hand gently without any smoke or fire. The silver-robed man's body shook violently, and all the halos on his body shattered. He was sent flying, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. The silver-robed man's cultivation level was very high. He had only cultivated one great Tao, but his spiritual energy was the cultivation of an expert with 7 or 8 great Tao. His great Tao was obviously an ancient secret. Although it was far from the immortal slaying great Tao and creation great Tao, it was still very terrifying. Jiang Xinyue was naturally not his match. Unfortunately, this level of cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li's current spiritual energy was equivalent to an expert with 17 great Tao. His infinite divine fist had been simplified, and its power was even greater. Although his battle power could not compare to an expert with 17 great Tao, he could still compete with an expert with 13 to 14 great Tao. If he added the Grand Emperor Relic, he could definitely compete with an expert with 20 great Tao. However, now that he had given up on the Grand Emperor Relic, he felt more relaxed. Although his battle power had decreased, it was all his own strength. He did not need to rely on anything else. This was very helpful to his cultivation. It allowed him to recognize himself more clearly, and he could control his strength more accurately. This was giving up. He had given up powerful support in exchange for the clarity of his own mind. Where there was sacrifice, there was gain. Who are you? After the silver-clothed man spat out blood, he soared into the sky. He was extremely furious as he coldly looked at Jiang Li. You actually dare to meddle in my business. Of course I have to help when I see injustice on the road. Jiang Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back. We're all from the genius training camp. We're all family. To kill each other for an artifact, is that even human? You are a disciple of the genius training camp, so you naturally know who I am. I advise you to mind your own business. The silver-clothed man said, Don't think that you could be a hero saving a damsel in distress just because you have some strength and means. Forget it. I don't have time to argue with you guys. Jiang Li ignored what the man in silver was saying. Grabbed Jiang Xinyue. Whoosh. His steps were like a dragon's as he moved about, splitting apart the primal chaos and directly disappearing from his original location. No one was able to catch a trace of him. This was the benefit of having a high cultivation base. If they wanted to fight, they could fight. If they were too lazy to fight, they could just leave. Right after Jiang Li left, a thunderbolt exploded in the sky. An armored man appeared. The silver-clothed man hurriedly went up to him. Brother, what happened? Why did you summon me so urgently? The armored man asked. If Jiang Li was here, he would be able to tell that the armored man was the one who killed the brain demon with Luo Feng that day. He was from the Thunder World and cultivated the Great Tao of Tyrannical Thunder and Great Tao of Grand Thunder. His mental power was a total of 18,000 dimensional units, equivalent to an expert who cultivated 18 Great Tao. A person suddenly appeared just now. The silver-clothed man recounted what happened. Useless. You actually dared to steal a little girl's treasure. The armored man ruthlessly slapped the silver-clothed man, causing him to spin around. However, that person actually dared to challenge the dignity of our Thunder World. I still have to meet him. This person is so strong that he will definitely register to participate in the Genius King battle. At that time, you can kill him there. Understand? Understood. The silver-clothed man didn't dare to resist at all. He could only be a yes man. At this moment, Jiang Li brought Jiang Xinyue to a safe place. The two of them stopped. Jiang Li naturally wouldn't expose his identity. He said to Jiang Xinyue, You obtained 2 pretty good treasures. Don't stay here. Go back directly. Thank you. Jiang Xinyue glanced at Jiang Li and was slightly stunned. She seemed to have discovered something, but she didn't dare to be sure. You saved me. The Chaos Tower Demon and Chaos Book Demon that I obtained should be given to you. Do you want a Tower Demon or the Book Demon? No need. I don't need these things. Jiang Li hurriedly refused. I didn't save you for these benefits. It was purely because I saw injustice. I still have some small matters to attend to. I need to go to the depths of this wasteland to look for the Chaos Genie. This isn't a place to stay for long. It's better for you to go back first. Then I'll take my leave. We'll contact each other in the future. I'll definitely repay you for saving me this time. Jiang Xinyue turned on the system, activated the teleportation, and teleported out of the wasteland. She also had a very rich harvest this time. She obtained 2 treasures. She could sell them for an extremely good price when she left. Jiang Li watched Jiang Xinyue leave and shook his head. Although he had a deep grudge with Jiang Nailin, Jiang Xinyue wasn't one of them. He didn't want to see Jiang Xinyue being bullied by others no matter what. Jiang Xinyue should be safe after leaving this wasteland. At least in the Immortal Tower's star field, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The laws in the Immortal Tower's star field are stricter than those of humans. Jiang Li thought as he moved forward. Suddenly, many bright lights appeared in front of him. They floated in the air and illuminated everything. This wasteland was especially bright. I've already reached the location of the Genie of Chaos. I have to be careful. The Genie of Chaos isn't a pile of loose sand, but a whole body of lights. Jiang Li used the enigmatic nomological laws and transformed into a bright lamp. He slowly approached. His aura was the same as these genies, and he mimicked them vividly. Suddenly, he approached a genie. This genie was bronze in color and looked very simple. There was lamp oil in the lamp. The lamp oil was dark gold in color and wasn't clear. It seemed to be a form of energy before the world was created. It was formed from many particles. This body isn't that body, and that body isn't a jade body. Blazing fire burns this body, and this body is reborn. Jiang Li carefully savored this gatha and observed these genie. Indeed, a profound meaning rippled in his heart. He quietly approached, and an invisible and intangible mental strength shot over. It slowly seeped into the genie's lamp oil and then retracted. The genie disappeared. However, in the other genie's mental senses, the genie still existed. Jiang Li had created an illusion. The genie that he approached wasn't strong. It was an expert of a great Tao, so it was very easy for him to subdue it. With the activation of infinite creation, it could silently cause an expert to be born and destroyed, and then be born again after being destroyed. Once he absorbed the genie, Jiang Li felt that the structure of the genie was similar to his 9 nomological laws and the law of rebirth. He even began to comprehend the runes of the 9th nomological law. Absorb more. Jiang Li grabbed, and dozens of genie around him were sucked into his bag. The structure of these genie, as well as their mental strength, were deeply comprehended by Jiang Li. Suddenly, a rune condensed on his palm. This rune was a flame. As it danced, it was filled with vitality. However, it was extremely unstable and couldn't last long. Fire is an unstable element to begin with. It's very easy to extinguish, but if I want to master the law of rebirth, I need the flame to be stable. I need to break through the essence of fire and make fire eternal. What should the structure of the flame be? Jiang Li pondered. That's right. Suddenly, an idea flashed in the depths of his mind. Fire God's divine kingdom. I'll construct the flame rune according to the structure of Fire God's divine kingdom. Is it still unstable? He hurriedly searched for the structure of Fire God's divine kingdom, coupled with his observations of Fire God's divine kingdom that day. A diagram of the divine kingdom appeared in Jiang Li's mind. Fire God's divine kingdom was actually a flame. Layers of flames danced, making it much more stable than a star. Countless pieces of data swarmed in. A flame appeared on Jiang Li's body. His spiritual flame was also calculating the structure of the rune. After an unknown amount of time, a rune suddenly condensed into a solid form. This was a flame that constantly changed shape inside. It was as though a phoenix was rising from it, about to rush out of the sea of fire. With the first flame rune condensed, the rest was easy. After extracting the genie's soul and body, Jiang Li shattered the vacuum and turned it into energy, condensing it into runes. He finally began cultivating his 9 laws. With comprehension, structure, and energy, it was a piece of cake to master these laws. If he were outside, even if Jiang Li comprehended it, he would need to spend a lot of time condensing it himself without the genie absorbing it. Here, the energy of the genie was the best supplement. Powerful genie could even directly transform into flames and become a part of his runes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In order to quickly condense the runes, he began to absorb without any restraint. A black hole-like energy spread out. With him as the center, thousands of chaos genie lights flickered and extinguished one after another. The main body of a lamp turned into quintessential energy and entered the depths of Jiang Li's soul fire. A single light refined the essence soul. Junior, you actually absorbed my clansmen to cultivate your evil technique? Suddenly, all the chaos genie shrank back. Replacing them was a huge lamp that appeared in front of Jiang Li. The huge lamp was like a mountain. Flames covered the sky and earth, pressing down like thousands of volcanoes. Jiang Li instantly felt suffocated. The boss of the Chaos Genie is here. Jiang Li's heart stirred. He was already prepared. He knew that if he absorbed like this, he would definitely attract the experts among the genie. What he wanted was for experts to appear, suppress them, and absorb their origins. Only then could he quickly master the laws of rebirth. Not only that, he also wanted to use the flames of the genie to cultivate all the laws again. Chapter 655. The giant lantern in front of him was as majestic as a mountain. The aura it emitted was above that of an expert with 20 great Tao. In a one-on-one battle, Jiang Li wasn't its match. His current battle was at most between 13 to 14 great Tao. Although he had the mental strength of a 17 great Tao expert, his realm wasn't high enough. His mental strength was scattered and didn't have the imposing and domineering aura of a great Tao expert. The reason why great Tao experts were great Tao experts was because they understood what Tao was. Jiang Li was only a saint and hadn't come into contact with the Tao realm. Facing this genie, if Jiang Li were to fight in a real battle, it could be said that he would suffer a crushing defeat. However, he had the experience of killing the brain demon here, so he wasn't afraid. If he didn't challenge those at a higher level, how could he comprehend the extreme Tao of killing in a life-and-death situation? Junior, you have only condensed 8 nomological laws. You are an ordinary saint. Why are you so powerful? Unexpectedly, the giant genie didn't attack Jiang Li. Instead, it emitted mental waves and asked, "You seem to need genie to condense your nomological laws. How about I provide genie for you?" What do you mean? Jiang Li couldn't believe his ears. He thought that the genie in front of him would immediately attack him, but he didn't expect that the genie in front of him was actually discussing something with him. If you want to condense the 9th nomological law, I can give you all my mental strength and body. How about that? The genie said, "My name is Deng Julian. I've cultivated here for many years, but I know that no matter how powerful my cultivation is, I can't leave this abandoned land. I don't want to stay here any longer. I want to go to the wonderful world outside. I don't want to become a genie either. I want to become a human and walk another path. That's because becoming a genie means that I will never become a god. Only by cultivating the laws and the great Tao and following the prescribed order can I become a god. How do you want me to help you?" Jiang Li asked. "I'll give up everything and condense 9 nomological laws for you. You could take away a bit of my inspiration." Genie said, "As long as I have a bit of inspiration, I'll cultivate again after I leave and transform into a human. Although I'm weak, I'll have endless hope." So that's how it is. You want to abandon your original body and only retain the most primitive memories so that I can bring your memories out and borrow my power to help you reincarnate into a human. Jiang Li knew that these chaos beasts didn't have a good time in the abandoned land. They were just a group of wild beasts in a cage without freedom. Other than killing each other, they had to fight with the disciples of the immortal tower all day long. Such a life was indeed meaningless. The genie in front of him was indeed intelligent and understood this logic. Hence, he was eager to get out. However, how could Jiang Li believe the genie's side of the story? He was very cautious. "What you said makes sense, but how can I believe you?" "Ha ha ha!" Genie laughed. "You have nothing to lose. I gave up my body to help you advance the nomological laws. You've gained a lot. To be honest, I should be the one who doesn't believe you. As a genie, you're full of tricks. What if you use magic to possess me when you give up your body? Wouldn't I fall for your trick? Once an existence like you gives up your body as a sacrifice or casts some evil magic, I definitely won't be able to resist it. Zhongli knew all the evil methods. You're quite meticulous and watertight. However, I won't do that. You have the identity of a star-field disciple of the Immortal Tower. Even if I possess you, I won't be able to hide it from the system. If I could do that, the star field of the Immortal Tower would have long been in chaos, Genie said. Tell me your plan. Zhongli felt that there was an opportunity in front of him. I'll use all my essence, blood, and spirit to cast a secret technique, the art of sacrifice. I'll sacrifice myself to help you. You should know how powerful this secret technique is. It's equivalent to me sacrificing myself to you. In the end, I'll leave behind my memories. You'll preserve my memories. Once we leave this abandoned land, build an altar for me and allow me to be reborn as a human. With your strength, you can definitely do it. You can use spiritual energy to create flesh and blood, inject memories, and cast a flame rebirth technique. We genie have a special physique and can be reborn. Light a lamp and keep alive. Genie explained her plan in detail. I still can't agree to this plan. Zhongli shook his head. Why? Genie was anxious. This means that the initiative is in your hands. Are you still not satisfied? It's because the initiative is in my hands that I feel it's inappropriate. Think about it. We just met and we're enemies. You suddenly want to help me advance and sacrifice yourself to help me. All you want is for me to bring you out. This is simply impossible. As a powerful being, no matter how much you desire freedom, you still have a basic brain. Zhongli didn't believe anything Genie said at all. His tone was very calm. And I believe in a truth. Cultivation has to be done step by step. I defeated you and absorbed your power. That's the right path. You sacrificed yourself to help me. Even if it's true, our karma is entangled. It doesn't benefit my cultivation at all. Hearing Zhongli's words, Genie didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed. I've misjudged you. You are very calm and know how to cultivate. Congratulations on escaping. My art of sacrifice can indeed increase your cultivation, but after you leave, the art of sacrifice will transform into you sacrificing yourself to help me. This is the transformation of yin and yang, so you've passed the test. What are you trying to say? Zhongli secretly raised his guard. This devil, Genie Nine Lotus, had actually revealed the truth of the matter. Clearly, this was the beginning of her plan to kill him. I'm saying that you barged into my territory and killed my race. Since you aren't willing to help me, then don't leave. Genie said, I can only capture you and forcefully cast the art of sacrifice on your body. After you leave, you will automatically sacrifice yourself for me. This is twofold. Then bring it on. Zhongli was already in his stance. He knew that without a bloody battle, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. Lantern inheritance. Nine Lotus suddenly turned into a human form. He was a middle-aged man with an ancient appearance. His skin was golden, and he wore a golden robe. He looked like the legendary Dipankara Buddha that had descended on the scene. He waved his hand, and a dense cluster of lanterns appeared, forming a formation. The genie flew over to control the lanterns, and light shone everywhere. Zhongli's eyes were filled with golden light. He couldn't see anything, and his body was burning like he was in a furnace. This kind of great formation would definitely shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Endless divine lamp. Genie Nine Lotus let out a long roar again. It was a spiritual wave that caused landslides and tsunamis. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The lantern spun and really formed a furnace. Zhongli immediately fell into danger. However, he didn't panic in the face of danger. He prepared the infinite divine fist and secretly condensed the ninth nomological law. The infinite creation punch aimed at the center and broke out. The infinite creation contained infinite devouring and infinite heaven essence. This move had both the concentration of power and the pulling of power. Bang, bang, bang. a few genie were broken and devoured by him. A loophole immediately appeared in the furnace formed by the endless lanterns. He used the infinite creation again and teleported out, escaping from the control. This was the first time he fought a powerful opponent after he mastered the infinite creation. Sure enough, under the pressure of life and death, his infinite creation became more and more mysterious. He kept moving around and killing other genie instead of fighting Genie Nine Lotus. He knew that the current Genie Nine Lotus wasn't someone he could contend against. Only by killing other genie could he gradually master the ninth nomological law and become stronger and stronger. You actually want to engage in guerrilla warfare? Nine Lotus' body moved and flew up. With a grab in the air, a dazzling light suppressed Jiang Li, causing the surrounding space-time to bind Jiang Li. Immediately, the air around Jiang Li's cultivation became sticky, and the space turned into a kind of gelatinous substance. Jiang Li fell into it and couldn't move at all. However, he still maintained his calm. Woo, woo, woo. Many sparks appeared on Nina Lotus' body, and each spark was constantly exploding. Then, they turned into a starry sky and entangled him. Jiang Li saw a star field. This star field seemed to be a magic lamp, shining brightly, and it had the aura of the immortal tower star field. In ancient times in the 3D universe, there was a star field established by us, the Chaos Genie, but later on, this star field was destroyed by the immortal tower star field and the brain of the universe star field. Nine Lotus said, originally, in the 3D universe, there were many holy lands. As one of the holy lands, we, the genie, were destroyed just like that. I can't accept it. I want to go out and find our ruins to restore our glory. This Nina Lotus was constantly attacking. The magic lamp star field that he had developed was almost irresistible. Jiang Li was so suppressed that he couldn't breathe. He never expected that the other party would have such a deep foundation. In the universe, there was actually a magic lamp star field that the genie had built. He didn't know about it. The history he knew was that after the primal chaos split, there were only two ancient creatures that survived the great calamity. The first was the immortal tower star field, and the second was the brain of the universe star field. He didn't expect there to be a third, but it was destroyed. However, from the will of the Chaos Genie, Jiang Li felt that although the magic lamp star field had been destroyed, there were definitely ruins left behind. This Nine Lotus was anxious to go out and find ruins. Although he hadn't gone out before, it was very likely that he had obtained an ancient will inheritance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cunning. Come, let me take over your body. Let me raise your cultivation base. Let me reside in your body. Let me use your soul to achieve my greatness. All of a sudden, Nine Lotus turned into a stream of energy that wrapped around Jiang Li's body and began to seep into him. Jiang Li, on the other hand, was neither happy nor sad, neither angry nor shocked. It was as if he let the raging fire burn his body, and it was also the raging fire that burned his body that allowed him to be reborn. Hee, you know that I want to refine you, so you want to borrow my refinement to increase your cultivation base? That's not impossible, because it's useless for me to kill you. I have to use the sacrifice art on your body to get out. Then come, let me see if your soul or mine is firmer, said Nine Lotus. Chapter 656. Lantern Nine Lotus wanted to forcibly raise Jiang Li's cultivation base by sacrificing himself to control Jiang Li's mind and plant a seed to preserve his memories. Once Jiang Li left, he would recover and control Jiang Li to sacrifice himself to help him. This was a sacrificial secret art, the double curse. Only by using this method could Lantern Nine Lotus leave, seize Jiang Li's identity, and find the ruins of the magical lamp starfield. Its soul wrapped around Jiang Li's soul, and the two soul fires clashed. Jiang Li felt that the other party's soul was forcibly fusing with his, parasitizing into the depths of his mind. His strength was constantly rising, and the intensity of his soul fire was also increasing, but his thoughts were no longer under his control. This was a phenomenon of soul symbiosis. He was a huge tree, but the other party was a vine. The vine kept twisting around him until he was finally bound to death. Give me your soul, and you will be promoted. Lantern Nine Lotus's demonic voice became more and more intense, and the surrounding lantern demons turned into vital energy and merged into the depths of Jiang Li's soul fire. Sacrificial secret art, double curse. Now I will sacrifice myself to you, and in a moment, you will return it to me. This is karma, and it will not feel good. Lantern Nine Lotus began to sacrifice himself, and his body began to melt under the curse. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was like a marionette. He could not control himself and was completely suppressed by it. Although Jiang Li's aura was getting stronger and stronger, his consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. But he did not roar, nor did he become angry. He was still calmly comprehending the mysteries, maintaining his consciousness. His will became more and more condensed in the tribulations. He gave up his own laws, gave up his spirit, gave up his soul fire, and only kept a bit of consciousness. He was lying dormant, waiting for an opportunity. Rumble. As Lantern Nine Lotus's body disappeared, Jiang Li's ninth law was successfully cultivated, the law of rebirth. The moment he cultivated it, layers of flames erupted from his body, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, causing his other 8 laws to squirm and undergo a transformation. Junior, don't struggle anymore. Just let me control your last bit of intelligence. Lantern Nine Lotus let out another long roar, and the surrounding thousands of genie all disappeared, turning into specks of light before finally merging into Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li's last bit of thought changed its form again and again. He knew that once he was given up, he would be completely controlled by Lantern Nine Lotus. Then, he would sink into oblivion forever without a single chance to escape. He began to meditate on the brain of the universe, trying to use this to defeat Nine Lotus. However, Lantern Nine Lotus's will had turned into a divine lamp and was resisting him. It was even suppressing him step by step. Dream of 1,000 autumns. What year is it today? Jiang Li's will worked once again. He had cast aside the matter of life and death and used this opportunity to cultivate a divine art. His mental energy improved, and his will became firmer. His will transformed into many dreamlands, one layer after another, confusing Lantern Nine Lotus and causing him to fall into an endless dream, unable to extricate himself. Oh, this is the dream imprint of an immortal sovereign. You actually received such an inheritance? Looks like I've picked up a treasure. Unfortunately, we genie specialize in suppressing dreams. Because of the lamp, everything seems real. The mist has dispersed. Your dream imprint has no effect on me. Disperse. Nine Lotus's will was powerful. With a slight movement, the dreamlands exploded, suppressing Jiang Li's true spirit. The two souls clashed, changing each other. It had nothing to do with the Grand Tao, laws, or mental energy. It was just like the test back then, where they only competed on the martial Tao. Anyone would be beaten back to their original state. However, this kind of confrontation was the most dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. It was better to compete on the Grand Tao. Even if one lost, they could still redeem themselves. Let's see what else your will can transform into. Nine Lotus let out a long roar as she continued her suppression. The will of myriad worlds, native to this world. At the last moment, at the most dangerous moment, Jiang Li had a flash of inspiration. A shadow of the earth appeared in the depths of his mind. It was the myriad realms, celestial sphere, the most mysterious existence in the entire universe. He had comprehended the secrets of the myriad world's celestial sphere for a long time. He was born and raised on the sphere, and his soul was special. A long time ago, his cultivation base was shallow, so he didn't know about the uniqueness of his soul. Even now, he didn't have a deep understanding of his own soul. But now, he seemed to have comprehended some secrets. If it wasn't for the stimulation of life and death, he wouldn't have been able to grasp this point. The image of the myriad world's celestial sphere appeared in his soul. As he breathed, he seemed to connect to myriad worlds. The heaven's will of each world was inextricably linked to his soul. Jiang Li's soul suddenly became unprecedentedly firm. He firmly guarded his intelligence, not allowing it to collapse in the slightest. He opened his eyes. Nine Lotus, your sacrifice art is useless against me. I've already comprehended the true essence of the myriad worlds. Of course, I can't expel you or refine you now. Right now, our souls are in a symbiotic state. You're actually a native of the myriad world's celestial sphere. Your soul has been tempered thousands of times, and you've stimulated it. You've comprehended a trace of the true meaning of indestructibility. Nine Lotus couldn't turn back now. He had sacrificed all of his essence energy to fuse with Jiang Li's body. Originally, he could have covered Jiang Li's soul, but now Jiang Li still had his will. This truly created a symbiotic state. Jiang Li couldn't destroy him, and it couldn't destroy Jiang Li. Once I get out, I'll use all sorts of methods to refine you. Nine Lotus, you can't defeat me, said Jiang Li. No, our souls are in a symbiotic state. You can't refine me. Nine Lotus calmed down and giggled. Because our bodies are controlled by the same laws. If I don't agree, your body won't budge. You can't even leave. Of course, if you don't agree, I won't be able to control your body either. As long as you and I work together, our bodies will move. It's the same for martial arts. If we want to use martial arts, we need both of us to agree. In fact, this indirectly accomplishes my goal. Jiang Li's was very calm. He knew that Nine Lotus was speaking the truth. He felt like his body was a lamp. Right now, their souls were intertwined like the wick. They couldn't be separated. The genie had already thought this through. Even if he couldn't completely control himself, he could coexist with his soul and bring him out. He could also share his current body. Good plan, good plot. But to me, this is just a tribulation on the long path of cultivation. You're like the wick that twines around my soul. I can only use raging flames to burn the wick. I don't care about nirvana. Jiang Li still didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Don't worry, I won't stay in your body for long. Don't burn indiscriminately. Cultivation isn't easy. Nine Lotus saw that Jiang Li was very determined and hurriedly said, I can also give you great riches. Our genie ancestor once established the undying magic lamp star field. I know where the ruins of this star field are. We can search for the ruins together. How about it? As long as we find the ruins of the undying magic lamp star field, we can establish a holy land that can compete with the immortal tower star field and the brain of the universe star field. How can it be so easy? Jiang Li thought for a while. In that case, I'll open the AI chip and teleport out. Once you're outside, think of a way to come out. If there's any conspiracy, I don't care. I'll die with you. Okay, I agree. Let's go out first. Right now, our souls are intertwined like the wick of a lamp. We have to cooperate in everything. It's very dangerous. Nine Lotus didn't dare to stay here for long. If they were attacked by other monsters, Jiang Li wouldn't use his martial arts, and he wouldn't be able to move. The final result would be that both of them would die a violent death. The two reached an agreement at the same time. ZZZ, with a burst of teleportation power, Jiang Li had already arrived at his cave abode. Nine Lotus have finally come out. I've been in the abandoned land since ancient times. Now, I've finally come to the real world. Nine Lotus was very excited. However, Jiang Li didn't move. He was like an old monk in meditation. If he didn't agree, Nine Lotus couldn't spread out of his body. Both of them were blind, deaf, and mute. Let me see the outside world. Nine Lotus said. Of course you can't see the outside world. Now that you've come out, Jiang Li said. Then hurry up and study how to leave my body. Leaving your body is very simple. You need to buy some materials and then perform a ritual to separate my soul from yours. Nine Lotus said. What materials do you need? Jiang Li asked. I've already made a list. Take a look. Nine Lotus said. Sure enough, a list appeared in Jiang Li's mind. Jiang Li found that there were many strange materials on it. I'll connect to the network and search for the total cost of these materials. Jiang Li needed Nine Lotus' permission to connect his soul to the network. Nine Lotus naturally agreed to Jiang Li's search for these materials. One by one, the prices of the materials appeared. Among them, there were some very rare materials that added up to 10 billion. How do I buy so many materials? Jiang Li said. I don't have enough money. I only have 3 billion right now. I have to borrow money. Borrow money? Who are you going to borrow money from? Deng Julian was anxious to get away, so he quickly asked. He also saw that the money in Jiang Li's account was indeed not enough. You can't say I'm borrowing money. To be exact, it's a loan with high interest. Jiang Li said, I've run many organizations here, so I can still get a loan. However, it'll be difficult to pay it back in the future. Moreover, it'll be troublesome if I borrow so much at once. No matter what, you have to settle it as soon as possible. Nine Lotus said, I don't think you want to be entangled with my soul. We can't do anything. All right then, I'll send a few emails about the loan. Under Nine Lotus's surveillance, Jiang Li sent a few messages asking for a loan. Whoosh! At that moment, a person appeared in Jiang Li's cave abode. It was Yi Wushuang. She knew that something must have gone wrong when she received the message about Jiang Li's loan, so she rushed there immediately. That was Jiang Li's plan. Nine Lotus definitely would not have thought of that. Chapter 657. As soon as Yi Wushuang landed, she saw Jiang Li's situation. Her eyes flickered as she saw through Jiang Li's soul, flesh, and even the soul entangled by the wick. What was her cultivation base? Naturally, she knew what the situation was like. How dare you, demon, perform such a sacrificial technique and bind your soul? You're courting death. With a light grab, a cloud enveloped Jiang Li's body. What happened? Nine Lotus couldn't see what was happening outside, but he felt a huge spiritual force surging towards him. You just summoned a helper? Don't forget that our souls are tied together now. If I die, it'll be difficult for you to survive. Is that so? You're just a small demon, yet you dare to bind your soul to mine. Jiang Li said, Are you trying to drag me down with you? That's great. I've already disregarded life and death. If you're going to die, drag me down with you. I want to enjoy this opportunity to cultivate the law of rebirth. The flames will burn this body, and I'll be reborn. Come on, let's die together. Lunatic, you're a lunatic. Nine Lotus trembled because he did not feel Jiang Li panic from the beginning to the end. It was as if he was an outsider. Such a state of mind, such an attitude was terrifying. Yi Wushuang pointed with his hand and launched another spiritual energy attack. A lamp appeared above Jiang Li's head. As the lamp burned, a wick appeared on it. Jiang Li's soul and the magic lantern Nine Lotus were entangled. They were bound together for good or bad. Even Yi Wushuang stopped when he saw that. This was because he knew that once he killed Nine Lotus, he would kill Jiang Li. Genie, Yi Wushuang said, leave his soul quickly. Ha, he'll die if I die. We're twin souls now, Nine Lotus said. Your body isn't this body, and this body isn't this body. The flames will burn this body, and you'll be reborn. Jiang Li said, Senior Yi Wushuang, kill me too. If you don't give up this body, how can you be reborn? You want to use this opportunity to cultivate true rebirth? That's fine. This is a gamble, but if you have enough confidence, I will fulfill your wish. Yi Wushuang opened his hands and changed them repeatedly, forming a divine seal. Then, blazing flames appeared on the divine seal, enveloping Nine Lotus and Jiang Li, refining them continuously. A peaceful expression appeared on Jiang Li's face, while Nine Lotus cursed, You lunatic, why are you dragging me down with you? You talk too much. Yi Wushuang's palm pressed down fiercely, and the runes directly extinguished Nine Lotus and Jiang Li's soul fire. With one sound, the soul flames of Nine Lotus and Jiang Li were extinguished. The two of them seemed to be completely dead. However, Yi Wushuang seemed to have grasped something the moment he died. He grabbed again in the air, and a ball of wool gathered without dispersing. As the flames raged, Jiang Li was indeed reborn from the ashes. Nine Lotus was also reborn in another ball of flames. Unfortunately, with Yi Wushuang here, it was useless. Yi Wushuang put his palms together in the air. Nine Lotus struggled nonstop, but she had no chance at all. Jiang Li, on the other hand, returned to his body and mastered his own body in 9 laws. This way, he was even more powerful. Although his spiritual power was still at 17 great Tao cultivation, it was much stronger. The ninth law of rebirth nourished all the laws, and the other 8 laws were slowly changing. This genie has mastered the ruins of the indestructible magic lamp star territory. Don't kill him. We can extract his memories and slowly obtain some information. Perhaps we can obtain the ancient ruins, Zhongli said hurriedly. In order to show his loyalty, he revealed this secret. Is that so? This genie actually knows about the ruins of the indestructible magic lamp star territory. It's very likely that when this star territory was destroyed back then, that Almighty spread some fragmented information. So this genie occasionally obtained some fragments of consciousness. Yi Wuxuang was stunned, and joy immediately appeared on his face. That's great. I didn't expect you to obtain such a treasure. I'll immediately start seizing this genie's memories, but don't kill him. The fact that he can obtain the consciousness of an Almighty means that he has a lot of luck. We can only obtain something with his luck. If the Yi family really obtains the indestructible magic lamp star territory's treasure ruins, another god will definitely be born. Zhongli knew what to say at this time. Congratulations, Senior Yi Wuxuang. Become a god soon. Become a god? That's very far away, but it's not difficult. The key is to take that step. Yi Wuxuang said, This time, you've contributed greatly to our Yi family. I won't forget you. In the future, when I find the ancient ruins, I'll bring you with me, because you're also someone with luck to be able to meet this genie. However, I didn't expect you to master the 9th rule so quickly. Then, you have to work hard and master the 10th rule. That's too fast. I cultivate the rule, so I have to comprehend it step by step. Zhongli shook his head. I don't even know what the structure of the 10th rule is. I can only take it slow. Indeed, with your intelligence, it's too difficult to deduce the following rules. Moreover, you're aiming for the king of the Great Path. It's impossible for even a deity to create a new king of the Great Path. Even an existence that surpasses a deity would need luck and coincidence. Even a master of the Immortal Tower star area doesn't have such power. One can imagine how difficult it is for you to create your own great Tao. It's almost impossible. I admire your courage, but I don't agree with your spirit, Yi Wuxuang said. Zhongli also knew that it was almost impossible. When he had the Emperor's relic, he could still complete the previous structure with the help of the relic. However, now that he had abandoned the Emperor's relic, it was basically a pipe dream to deduce the structure of the great Tao King. However, the harder it was to cultivate, the more one had to improve. It was precisely because once something that no one could do was completed, the achievement would be extremely high. Moreover, Zhongli had obtained countless benefits from this cultivation. I think if you want to deduce the great Tao King completely, you'll have to borrow the power of one thing. Yi Wuxuang thought about it. What is it? Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. Of course, it's the Fortune Jade Disc. It's the most powerful divine weapon that can deduce everything. The great Tao of creation is derived from it. If you can borrow the power of this thing, you can definitely perfect the great Tao. Otherwise, if you can't cultivate the first great Tao, you won't be able to advance to a higher realm in this life. Apart from that, if your realm doesn't increase, your lifespan will be limited. Yi Wuxuang said, There's no lack of amazing people in this world, but no matter how powerful a genius is, they can't escape the corrosion of time. The Fortune Jade Disc is top secret, right? Zhongli said, I heard the legend that the immortal world's Fortune Jade Disc was broken into 2 pieces. One is stored in our Immortal Tower's star zone, and the other was obtained by the people from the universe's brain star zone. How can I borrow it? That's indeed the case. However, the Fortune Jade Disc was originally 2 pieces, one yin and one yang. We obtained the yang side, and the yin side is in the universe's brain star zone. Yi Wuxuang said, However, it's not difficult for you to borrow the yang side. As long as you make a great contribution to the Immortal Tower star zone, you can access the system. With your contribution points, you can obtain a chance to deduce a cultivation method with the yang side of the Fortune Jade Disc. I think if you can do that, you can at least cultivate dozens of laws in this infinite great Tao. I see. Zhongli already understood that the Fortune Jade Disc was the most powerful system. It could evolve all the mysteries of the human world, the immortal world, death, and life. All right, when the time comes, I'll introduce you to a series of the Fortune Jade Disc secrets, Yi Shuang said. Yi Shuang said, you can't come into contact with these at all now. Even the divine generals in our galaxy find it difficult to use the creation Jade Disc. They don't have that many merit points, let alone you. If we rely on the genie's memory and find the ancient ruins of the immortal magic lamp star zone, won't we be able to immediately obtain an unprecedented great contribution? Zhongli said tentatively. Of course, but this kind of ruins simply doesn't exist. It's very difficult even for a god unless it's a coincidence. Think about it. If it was so easy, the immortal tower star zone and the universe's brain star zone would have been found long ago. Yi Shuang thought about it, so don't have too much hope. So what should we do now? Zhongli asked. Continue cultivating. After the Genius King battle in a few months, I'll study the genie's memory. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me immediately. Yi Shuang twisted his body and disappeared into thin air. Zhongli heaved a sigh of relief and calmed down. He carefully thought about the changes in the genie's entanglement with him. Although he had mastered the 9 laws of rebirth, the genie had taken the initiative to integrate into his body. He did not have a deep understanding of this law, so he had to cultivate it again. At that moment, under his mind, the 9th law of rebirth immediately collapsed and turned into many runes. These runes kept entangling and turned into the law of rebirth again. The law of rebirth was like a divine lamp. When the lamp was extinguished, the law collapsed. When the lamp was reignited, the law was condensed again. Just like that, in the process of being extinguished and reignited, Zhongli experienced rebirth again and again. In addition, he had previously comprehended the infinite nirvana of the infinite divine fist. Now, his cultivation was in the nirvana rebirth, creating a new self. During this process, his spirit became more condensed. Although it didn't grow in the slightest, many of the impurities were refined out, causing his spirit to be like a sharp sword that could pierce through everything and slay everything. Boom! Just as he was cultivating, the entire cave abode suddenly shook violently. A bolt of lightning descended, and an armored young man appeared in the lightning. Chapter 658. This armored young man was the expert from the Thunder World. Although he wasn't as strong as Luo Feng, this youth's strength was far above that of his peers. As soon as he appeared, he caused damage to Jiang Li's cave dwelling. The cave dwelling's grand formation was broken everywhere, and some basic things couldn't function anymore. The fog also dispersed. Jiang Li appeared and saw the young man in front of him. Friend, you destroyed my cave dwelling the moment you came. What is your intention? Did I offend you in any way? You injure my junior brother in the abandoned land. I look for you everywhere, but you return to the genius training camp. So, I wanted to have a chat with you. The armored young man said, My name is Lei Han, your junior brother. I just saved a girl from his hands. We are all from the Immortal Tower. There is no need to rob. Jiang Li thought of the silver-robed man and knew that Lei Han was standing up for him. It doesn't matter if you teach him a lesson. Saving that girl is natural. I have already taught my junior brother a lesson. He won't dare to do such a thing again. However, you beat up someone from the Thunder World. I want to defeat you and let you know how powerful people from the Thunder World are. Lei Han said, I see. You are a man with clear principles. People like you are usually very strong. Jiang Li knew the strength of this man. Since he wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. Let's just have a competition. According to the rules of the Immortal Tower, between disciples, unless it is an official competition, they are not allowed to kill each other. However, we can have a competition. However, you will not be able to hurt me. Lei Han was very proud. Jiang Li did not say anything. He just got into a stance. Some lights appeared on his body. He grabbed with his 5 fingers and the airflow collapsed. There was a power that surpassed time and space. Many things appeared behind him, as if he was the origin of the world. This was the infinite origin. Swoosh, 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 Lei Han attacked. His body flashed like lightning, bringing with it a rumbling explosion. Everywhere he went, everything was destroyed and a new space was created. All living things sprouted in the Thundering Mountain. What he learned was the ultimate art of thunderbolts, the supreme mystery of the Thunder Realm. He had grasped two great paths, but in reality, his mental energy had already reached 18,000 dimensional units and was on par with an expert who had grasped 18 great paths. Drum quite. Myriad lightning dragon snake. Leihan's palm technique suddenly rose up. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged like dancing dragons and snakes, condensing into a point and enveloping Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li didn't dodge and also punched out. His fist was like a primordial mist, and there was a boundless fog on it, making it hard for anyone to see him clearly. The fog spread out and wrapped around the myriad lightning dragon snake. With a slight wriggle, the lightning dragon snake disappeared. Oh! Leihan's body emitted a dazzling light of thunder and lightning. Every time it shot out, it pierced through the distant future. Heavenly thunder, divine needle. He shook, and the lightning needles on his body shook like a hedgehog. A rain of needles fell from the sky, rubbing against each other and shaking the entire world of the Genius Training Camp. A protective light surged out from Jiang Li's body and withstood the attack of the torrent of needles. However, the rain of heavenly thunder divine needles increased, and in the end, it turned into a torrent. Each needle also turned into a long sword. Each long sword was extremely ancient and covered with all kinds of patterns. This was the heavenly thunder divine sword, the mystery of the Thunder World. The Thunder World divine technique used one's own mind to gather the essence of lightning and condense them into heavenly thunder divine needles. Many of the needles changed again, turning into heavenly thunder divine swords. The swords formed a river, and the sword river swept through the sky. Nothing could stop it. Every heavenly thunder divine sword was a supreme, immortal treasure. How terrifying was it when billions of heavenly thunder divine swords formed a river. This river of swords condensed and wrapped around Jiang Li, pressing inwards. At this moment, Jiang Li felt the pressure, but he didn't panic. His body rushed up, and a bright lamp appeared behind him. The lights spread out, and those heavenly thunder divine swords were all stopped. Great Emperor's lightning seal. By stalling for time, he had time to use the secret art of lightning to counter lightning, the Great Emperor's lightning seal. The Great Emperor's lightning seal was divided into heaven, earth, human, water, fire, wind, and lightning. Among them, the lightning seal was the weakest seal, but its offensive power was the most ferocious. This set of martial arts was actually a mystic art similar to the creation divine fist. Although Jiang Li had given up on cultivating it, the Great Emperor's lightning seal had long been engraved in his heart. His infinite godly fist, be it infinite origin or infinite creation, both moves contain the might of the Great Emperor's lightning seal. Legend had it that the Great Emperor's lightning seal was a technique created by the supreme Great Emperor of the immortal world when he fought against the Thunder World. The Great Emperor's lightning seal was the ancestor of all lightning, and it could counter all lightning arts. Boom! With his current cultivation base, Jiang Li used the Great Emperor's lightning seal. A lightning emperor appeared behind him, and this lightning emperor stepped in all directions. He wore a long robe embroidered with purple dragons and snakes, and had 5 faces. One side looked amiable, one side looked angry, one side looked sad, one side looked happy, and one side looked confident. The lightning emperor had as many as 3,000 arms. Each of his arms pinched out a lightning seal, accumulating power before suddenly exploding outwards. It was as if the lightning emperor had pierced through heaven and earth. Be broken. Jiang Li controlled the gigantic Thunder Emperor. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The Great Emperor's Thunder Seal struck out 36 times in a row. It actually managed to send the winding river formed by the sky, thunder divine, swords flying. Leihan shivered as he retracted the sky lightning swords into his body, then took a step back. His armor vibrated, but he wasn't injured. His expression was the same as ever, a testament to his profound cultivation base. However, a look of surprise could be seen on his face. Not bad, kid. You can actually block my sky lightning sword river. It seems your cultivation base has reached a certain level. I don't want to fight you, Zhongli said. You can't do anything to me, so why waste time here? How about we stop here? Lei Han snorted. Today is indeed a pointless fight, but with your strength, we will meet sooner or later in the Genius King battle. Let's have a good fight then. Let's see if there's a chance. Zhongli smiled. Lei Han turned into a bolt of lightning, exploding in the air and disappearing. This was a mysterious escape technique. His cave abode was also in the Genius training camp, so it was easy to find Zhongli. My cave abode has been turned upside down. Seeing that Lei Han had left, Zhongli started to repair the cave abode. This person's cultivation base is indeed very strong. If I want to beat him, I need to improve. Right now, I'm only evenly matched with him. Lei Han was indeed an expert. It was almost impossible for Zhongli to defeat him. At least, he didn't have the strength to do so now. But he was confident that after continuing to cultivate, he could defeat Lei Han because his cultivation base was lower than Lei Han's. At that moment, a woman in a white shirt and red scarf landed. It was Luo Feng. Oh, Yi Jin, the speed at which your cultivation base is increasing is simply stunning. You're already evenly matched with Lei Han in such a short time. I made a trip to the abandoned land, killed the Chaos Genie, and absorbed its power to cultivate the 9th law. However, it'll be even more difficult to deduce the scale of the 10th law. Zhongli shook his head. He knew from Yi Wushuang that it was almost impossible for him to condense the infinite Great Tao, the creation Great Tao, and the immortal extermination Great Tao. At the thought of this, he seemed to be chewing on a bitter fruit. You've embarked on a path of no return. Your chances are slim, so you can't blame others. I'm very interested to see how far you can go on this path. Luo Feng said with interest. Actually, I can tell you a few things, but don't say that I'm hurting you. What news? Zhongli frowned when he heard this. Actually, there are geniuses like you in our immortal world. They want to create their own ultimate technique and create the king of Great Tao. They want to cultivate the king of godhood in the future, but all of them failed. Some even had the support of many gods behind them, but unfortunately, they couldn't create the king of Great Tao in the end and died of depression. Your current situation is that you don't have their wisdom, nor do you have their support, so I don't think you can do it. Luo Feng said, unless you have a fortuitous encounter, your next deduction will be more difficult than the last. To be honest, even I can't deduce all 10 of your laws. At that time, I'm afraid you'll need the power of a god. I can use the power of the immortal tower systems to perform divination, Zhongli said. The systems are more powerful than gods. If I have enough primal chaos coins and merit points, I can connect my soul to the systems and use its power to complete my limitless Great Tao. The truth was that many experts entered the Immortal Towers planetary system in the hopes of using the systems to further their cultivation. In the Immortal Towers planetary system, as long as you had enough wealth and merit points, you could use the powers of the systems to further your cultivation. You would have incredible computing power and omnipotent knowledge, even if you had an incomplete legacy. The systems of the Immortal Towers planetary system could deduce all of these techniques. The Immortal Towers planetary system could deduce things that humans couldn't. Compared to it, the wisdom of a god was like a drop of water in the ocean. Therefore, if Zhongli had enough primal chaos coins and merit points, he wouldn't be able to fully cultivate the limitless Great Tao. At the very least, he would be able to cultivate dozens of magical laws. Of course, to deduce the 10th magical law, Zhongli's current amount of merit points and primal chaos coins was far from enough, unless Zhongli's wealth increased tenfold. Without any fortuitous encounters, it would be almost impossible for Zhongli to deduce the 10th magical law with his current cultivation. At the very least, Zhongli didn't have any thoughts about the 10th magical law. His eyes were pitch black, and he had no idea what to do. You can input the cultivation technique you cultivate into the system and let the system evaluate how many chaos coins and merit points you need to contribute in order for the system to condense the 10th nomological law. The white-robed, red-scarved Luo Feng said, The system will definitely give you the correct answer. Let me give it a try. Zhongli input his cultivation technique into the system. He wasn't afraid that the system would steal his cultivation technique. Firstly, the system contained countless primordial secret techniques. Secondly, Zhongli wasn't afraid that his cultivation technique would be leaked. This was because the system had strictly divided the copyrights. If it was his cultivation technique, it would be his. The system was in existence without emotions and willpower. It would only obey its own rules loyally. Beep, beep, beep. After an hour, the results of the inquiry came out. Chapter 659. What would the results be like? When Zhongli saw the results of the system's search, he felt a little nervous because it was related to the direct improvement of his cultivation. The infinite great Tao that he cultivated was like a drug addiction. After cultivating the 9th nomological law, he would immediately think about the 10th nomological law. In order to think about what to do next, some people would pour out their blood, sweat, and tears. Even if they thought about it until their soul fire dried up and they died, they would not hesitate. This was the attraction of cultivation and exploration. Among humans on Earth, scientists would go crazy for science. Some chess masters would vomit blood, thinking about a wonderful move. Some gourmets would try poisons for delicious food. But how could these compare to the joy of cultivation? Zhongli was the same. For cultivation, he could give up everything. For cultivation, he could forget everything. Now, he could not think of the structure of the 10th nomological law. Since the system had deduced it, he naturally wanted to see what it was. Your cultivation technique has not been found in the past and present. From this, it can be seen that you created it yourself. The system sent out waves of spiritual fluctuations. Your 9 nomological laws are not perfect. There are still areas that can be improved. In addition, the system can deduce the structure of the next nomological law for you. But you'll have to pay 10 billion chaos coins and 10 million merit points. So much? Zhongli was dumbfounded. Although he felt that compared to the 10th nomological law, let alone 10 billion, even 100 billion was not much. But he could not afford it now. Moreover, it required 10 million merit points. Even if he bought it online, few people would sell it. This was because merit points were closely related to status. Everyone wanted to save up merit points and did not want to sell it. I didn't expect it to require so much. Luo Feng was also helpless. This is a huge sum. I can't even help you pay. To be honest, I also want to know what the 10th nomological law is. Unfortunately, I am not smart enough to deduce it. Your cultivation technique is of great help to me. What a pity. I can only do it slowly. I can use my own wisdom to deduce it. Zhongli sighed. You can't think that way. One person's wisdom is not enough. Any genius has to borrow the momentum and take advantage of it. Humans use spiritual energy to cultivate, which is also a form of borrowing power. Luo Feng was afraid that Zhongli would misunderstand. I've understood this principle a long time ago. Zhongli waved his hand dismissively. I think you're definitely the king of geniuses in the upcoming Genius King battle. It seems like I'll have to wait until the next Genius King battle if I want to fight for that spot. There are also great rewards for getting into the top 10. Luo Feng thought for a moment and said, That's not all. After joining the Genius Training Camp, we still have to participate in all kinds of holy wars. That's the scariest part. Even I can't guarantee that I can survive the holy war. How about we form an alliance? Holy war? What's that? It was the first time Zhongli had heard of this name. This is a battle between the immortal Tower Star Field and the brain of the universe Starfield. It's also a battle between geniuses. The geniuses and experts under the 3 great Daos will have a holy war every once in a while. Firstly, it's to train themselves. Secondly, it's to weaken the strength of the other party's geniuses. Whether it's the immortal Tower Starfield or the brain of the universe Starfield, or even the myriad worlds, they all value geniuses. All geniuses are precious resources and luck. The main thing is luck. Just like when a country fights for hegemony, people with luck gather around the feudal vassals. Then, the feudal vassals will definitely be able to stand out in the fight for hegemony. They will become emperors and rule the world. Luo Feng said, Luck is a very mysterious thing. I know this. Which expert doesn't know about luck? So, we will have a holy war with the geniuses of the Immortal Tower star field. Zhongli quickly started to search for information about the Holy War. In the Holy War, killing one of the other party's geniuses will give you 10,000 merit points. If you capture a genius alive and hand him over to the star field, you could get 100,000 merit points. Zhongli saw the reward at first glance and was instantly tempted. The price was actually so high. One had to know that the value of merit points was even higher than chaos coins. Sometimes it was difficult to exchange merit points even with chaos coins, but as long as you put up your merit points, countless experts would instantly buy your merit points. The supply would never be able to meet the demand. The price of merit points fluctuated greatly. Sometimes it was expensive, sometimes it was cheap. But even at the cheapest time, it was far more than chaos coins. Hundreds and thousands of chaos coins were needed to exchange for one merit point. Therefore, Zhongli realized that the Holy War was the best way to make a fortune. As long as he captured those geniuses, he could immediately make a fortune. After calculating, capturing 100 geniuses would give him enough merit points to level up. Aren't you tempted? Luo Feng smiled. However, the Holy War is very dangerous. Even I can't guarantee that I will die. In comparison, the battle between the King of Geniuses is simply child's play. True geniuses will participate in the Holy War to temper themselves. If you participate in the Holy War, you will definitely be seen as a target to be captured. I also want to see the experts of the brain of the universe star field. Zhongli said, "All right, I will form an alliance with you. If I can fight with you, it will definitely be very safe." Until now, Zhongli still admired Luo Feng. Moreover, the strength that this woman displayed was far more than what she displayed now. As for why Luo Feng wanted to form an alliance with him, it was probably because she saw his potential. "All right, I heard that you relied on the Yi family and formed a relationship with the Hua family. I wonder if you are interested in establishing a good relationship with us?" asked Luo Feng. "You have a force behind you too? Aren't you from the celestial world? I heard from a Yi family that you have a noble identity and are the princess of the celestial world's heavenly court. You are here to find the good fortune jade disc fragment." Zhongli spoke bluntly. He gradually understood the rules of the Immortal Tower star field. It seemed that these were not taboo and everyone knew about it. The Immortal Tower star field was filled with people with discerning intentions. However, none of them dared to go against the rules. They were also bound by the system and had to continuously contribute to the Immortal Tower star field for chaos coins and merit points. This was the greatness of the Immortal Tower star field. Zhongli admired that master more and more. Even the enemy had to do things for him. Under this system, no matter how disloyal you were, you could not go against the rules. This is not a secret. I am here to find the good fortune jade disc. Although I am the princess of the heavenly court, I have been ostracized in the heavenly court because the ancestor of my bloodline, the celestial world's great emperor, suddenly disappeared. Moreover, I have cultivated the creation great Tao, so I was envied by others. I was framed in the heavenly court and could no longer live on. Coincidentally, the myriad world celestial sphere opened a channel, so I snuck into the Immortal Tower star field. Of course, the celestial world has also placed a chess piece in the Immortal Tower star field. Luo Feng did not hide anything at all. In fact, there was nothing to hide. It is a god general called the Desolate God. He has signed a contract with the master of the Immortal Tower. "Then are you going to take me to see him?" asked Zhongli. "Not really. He is one of the strongest among the 108 god generals of the Immortal Tower. His position is even higher than the Fire God. Now, his mission is to suppress the Chaos Prison. He is afraid that the experts inside will riot and escape from the prison. If that happens, the world will be in chaos. Last time, an expert actually projected his projection out of it and went to the myriad world celestial sphere to break through the suppression of the origami. That time, he almost turned the chaos prison into a mess. Many primordial demon gods were rioting. It was the master of the Immortal Tower who came out of his slumber that suppressed the chaos." What? Jiang Li's heart had already been turned upside down, but he didn't show it at all. This was because he knew that the expert that had been projected out of the Chaos Prison was definitely Ba Liming. At that time, Ba Liming's projection had saved humanity from a crisis. He snuck into this place to find Ba Liming. Now, he finally got news of Ba Liming from Luo Feng. He was definitely in the Chaos Prison. "What kind of existences are imprisoned in the Chaos Prison?" asked Zhongli. "It is the most mysterious, sinister, inconceivable, and bloody place. There are some ancient demonic gods imprisoned there. They were all suppressed by the master of the Immortal Tower. Those demonic gods are very difficult to kill. Even if they are killed, they can release extremely strong curses before they die. Even a master of the Immortal Tower will be entangled with karma. Although it can be resolved, it is very troublesome. Therefore, they are suppressed and not killed. Or, they are left to kill each other in the prison." Luo Feng explained in detail. "Actually, I also want to go to the prison to save someone. It is an ancestor of mine. The Immortal World and the Immortal Tower once waged war against each other. Later on, he was imprisoned." I suddenly thought of a question. Zhongli said, "If the Immortal Tower waged war against the Immortal World now, you would get many merit points and chaos coins for every immortal you kill. Would you be willing?" "Of course." Luo Feng smiled. "I am not being selfish. It is just that compared to the Immortal World, there is more order here. When the great emperors were here, the Fortune Jade Plate was in charge. Everything was in order. Heaven has its rules, earth has its rules. But now everyone is fighting. It is like a plate of loose sand. Its fate is declining. Soon, the entire world will fall from its position as the number one in the myriad of worlds. It might even fall. The fall of this behemoth will be accompanied by changes in the order of the myriad of worlds. Sigh, once the immortal world falls, who knows who will climb to the number one position? This is the death of the emperor, the rise of the feudal vassals. Heroes will fight for hegemony. The real chaos will come soon. The fall of the immortal world, the vitality of the myriad of worlds, and even the third dimension of the astral world will change drastically. Even gods may not be able to protect their own lives in that situation. We have to prepare for a rainy day. I didn't expect you to see so far." Zhongli was also nervous. His cultivation world was related to all of humanity. It was also closely related to the immortal world. He was going to build the human world. If the immortal world fell and the human world rose, it would be a great opportunity. However, the human world had to accept the origin of the immortal world. But how could that be easy? Chapter 660. During their conversation, Zhongli obtained two pieces of news. The first was that Ba Liming was imprisoned in the Chaos Prison. The one guarding the Chaos Prison was a desolate god, a mighty god from the immortal world. His combat prowess was extremely high. At the very least, it would not be easy for him to rescue Ba Liming. Another thing was that the order in the immortal world was very chaotic. There were no specific rules or laws, which led to sects fighting against each other, as well as internal strife between the heavenly court and the heavenly court. Once the strife started, there would be injustice, killing, destruction, poverty, and resentment. Over the years, the entire heavens would be corrupted, and in the end, it would fall and collapse. Luo Feng was the princess of the heavenly court. She had a noble status, and now she was telling the truth that the immortal world was beyond redemption. This meant that the chaos in the immortal world was very serious. Zhongli could also tell that the experts from the Immortal World Alliance were filled with resentment. There was no order at all, and everyone was only acting for themselves. They didn't care about the bigger picture and were arrogant. That was a sign of a world falling. Of course, the immortal world was the number one world in the myriad of worlds. A centipede could die but not fall. It would take a long time for it to completely fall. Perhaps millions of years, perhaps hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years. Of course, if there was an ancient almighty being who could cover the sky with one hand, standing out from the chaos and saving the world from danger, it was also possible. There was no lack of heroes in any world. Of course, there were also villains who hastened the destruction of the world. It was also possible for peerless devils to rise from the grass. It was also possible for heroes and devils to be born in response to calamity. calamity. These two words were indescribably mysterious and profound. Let's go. There's no point in talking about this. I'll take you to see the desolate god. Because the desolate god is guarding the chaos prison. The one in charge of our faction is his son, desolate heaven lord. In ancient times, he was the king of geniuses here. Later on, he cultivated a supreme art and is now the viceroy of hundreds of worlds. He's also the elder of the Immortal Tower's law enforcement team. He's definitely a person with real power. Luo Feng said, such a big shot. Zhongli had now understood the structure of the entire Immortal Tower's star field. Usually, those who broke the law would be punished directly by the system. As the saying goes, justice has long arms, but nothing escapes. Only when a big shot broke the law would the law enforcement team be mobilized. This was because some big shots could use various methods to temporarily hide from the system. Compared to Prince Tattoo, who is stronger? Of course it's him. Prince Tattoo is nothing. I've only condensed 49 Great Tao. Luo Feng said, Desolate Heaven Lord has cultivated close to 100 Great Taos. He is a true legend, the king of geniuses. Moreover, he is someone who is about to form a true godhead. 100 great paths, so powerful. Inwardly, Zhongli was left speechless. But then again, a Grand Emperor Saraira was formed from thousands of great Daos and was considered monarch godhood. Compared to that, 100 great Daos were nothing. However, the person in front of him was able to gather all 100 great paths together, which was also very terrifying. What was even more amazing was that he had yet to cultivate the virtual godhood. In other words, there was still room for improvement. Once he cultivated the virtual godhood, there would be no turning back. Let's go. You are now a member of the Yi family, and you have a good relationship with the Hua family. I think that Desolate Heaven Lord will be very happy to see you. Luo Feng waved his hand. Zhongli also wanted to establish a relationship with Desolate Heaven Lord, so that he could enter the Chaos Prison in the future. No matter what, he had to rescue Martial Ancestor Ba Liming and let him return to the cultivation world. That way, humans would have a true expert to protect them. Let's go. Let's use the system. Luo Feng opened the system and connected to the power of teleportation. He entered the location he wanted to go to, and immediately, a map of the place appeared in his soul. However, there was a flaw in the Immortal Tower's starfield. Many places could not be found on the map, and the general structure of the starfield could not be clearly shown. That was because the Immortal Tower's starfield had many mysterious, forbidden places. Unless one had a certain level of authority, they would not know such places existed, let alone what they were used for. For example, Zhongli immediately searched for the Chaos Prison, but there was no sign of the Chaos Prison in the system. It seemed that such information was not allowed to be released. Normally, even if it was top-secret information, someone would leak it because some people made money by selling information. However, no one sold this information, so the system must have deleted it automatically. Moreover, whoever dared to release such information would be punished by the system, and their merit points and chaos coins would be deducted. This way, no one would dare to break the laws of the Immortal Tower's starfield. Coordinates activate. Zhongli followed Luo Feng's address and activated the teleportation. The destination was hundreds of great worlds wrapped together, forming an ancient starfield. It seemed like a barbaric forbidden land, and a wild aura spread out. These hundreds of great worlds were controlled by Desolate Heaven Lord. Countless living beings lived in each great world. Some great world were even bigger than the cultivation world, and the living beings in them were 10 times more than the cultivation world. There were many experts, and being able to control a great world was equivalent to having a huge amount of resources. There was also fate. Every great world had its own fate. If it was too strong, it could even condense into a physical form and confer godhood. In the ancient Huaxia civilization on Earth, the emperor held great power and could confer the title of god upon the dead. This was all due to luck. Every great world had a governor, and Desolate Heaven Lord was the governor of hundreds of great worlds. So he had even more power. Before seeing Desolate Heaven Lord, Jiangli already felt suffocated. It was more suffocating than seeing a god. It wasn't because the desolate heaven lord was stronger than the fire god, but because Jiangli had gone to listen to the lecture, and the fire god had restrained his aura. Otherwise, if the might of a god were to be released, many experts would die. Desolate heaven lord wouldn't conceal his aura now. From this, one could see the huge difference between Jiangli and the truly powerful people. The teleportation cost thousands of chaos coins, which was a huge sum. From this, one could see how huge the Immortal Tower starfield was. You could choose not to teleport and fly by yourself, but some places had space restrictions, and you couldn't go at all. You had to apply for negotiations, which was very troublesome. Therefore, even experts would choose to teleport in the Immortal Tower's star field instead of foolishly flying to save money. The teleportation stopped, and he appeared in a great world, which was several times the size of the cultivation world. It was filled with primeval forests, and the trees were huge. It seemed that a barbaric power had modified this world, turning it into a place where giants lived. However, in the middle of the primeval forest, there were many cities that were even more modern than the humans. Many technological powers were brewing in the cities, and there was also a large population in the cities. They were living a modern life, getting married, having children, studying, taking exams, running for elections. It was as if they were human countries. The people here didn't even know that they were in the Immortal Tower's starfield. Anyway, they couldn't escape such a huge world. This seemed to be a test subject, a research base. Jiangli was filled with emotions. Once upon a time, humans were also such test subjects. They thought that they were the center of the universe, but in fact, they were just test subjects for others. The two of them landed in a teleportation array, and there was a majestic shrine around them. The stone pillars of the shrine were carved with many scenes of gods creating the world. There was a young man standing outside the teleportation array, and he seemed to be here to receive Luo Feng. Princess Luo Feng, you've finally come out from the celestial world and come to the Immortal Tower's starfield. The young man was beaming with joy. Let me introduce myself. I'm Huang Xinyuan, and I've received orders to receive you, Princess Luo Feng. I've already prepared a banquet, and all the young talents from the celestial world will welcome you. After all, you're the noble princess of the celestial world and the descendant and bloodline of the Firmament Emperor. You flatter me. The old ancestor of the Firmament Emperor disappeared a long time ago. Although our Luo clan is an important position in the celestial court, it has been greatly weakened. Our clan is declining year by year, which is why I came to the Immortal Tower starfield. Your Huang family is developing very well, and I've just arrived. I hope that the Huang family can take care of me, Luo Feng said humbly. Not at all. No matter how weak Princess Luo Feng's clan is, it still has the blood of the great emperor flowing in it. We can't even catch up to them. However, our Huang family was the first to leave the celestial world and come to the Immortal Tower's starfield to manage our business. We've already built up a huge force over these years. Our old ancestor, the desolate god, has been suppressing the chaos prison for many years, and his calculations are profound. He's already caused some of the demon gods to plot against each other to the point of death. He absorbed the power of the demon gods, and his cultivation base has multiplied. In the near future, he'll be able to match the previous great emperors of the celestial court. When that time comes, he'll be able to return to the celestial court and continue the glory of the celestial world. Huang Xinyan spoke with assurance, and his tone was filled with a sense of superiority. As he spoke, he didn't look at Jiangli at all, as if he didn't think that Jiangli existed at all. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Yi Jin. He's from the Yi clan, and he has a good relationship with the Hua clan. This time, I want him to meet senior brother Huang Tianjun, said Luo Feng. Is that so? At this time, Huang Xingyun slowly glanced at Jiangli. Since you're a friend brought by Princess Luo Feng, you can also enter our banquet. However, I hope that you'll follow the rules, or you'll be kicked out. Also, this time, Governor Huang Tianjun will only meet Princess Luo Feng personally. Other than her, he won't meet anyone else. It's fine, Luo Feng said. I'll talk to senior brother Huang Tianju myself after I meet him. As for the banquet, forget it. I'm very busy. It's better to meet senior brother Huang Tianjun directly. This sentence displayed Luo Feng's unyielding attitude. For a moment, Huang Xinyuan couldn't react. Chapter 661. Huang Xinyuan's attitude towards Jiang Li was cold and even contemptuous. This made Luo Feng unhappy, so he canceled the banquet and wanted to see Huang Tianjun. When Huang Xinyuan came to his senses, he lost face. This Princess Luo Feng, attending the banquet first and then meeting Huang Tianjun, is a fixed procedure. We know you've cultivated the creation great Tao. Many of the celestial world's higher-ups want to see you. Princess Luo Feng wants to achieve great things in the Immortal Tower. So you need to meet these people and build relationships. This isn't the celestial world, and everyone has their own system. You have to give them face, Huang Xinyuan said. His words were a bit impolite and contained a threat. He clearly wanted Luo Feng to give him face. In this world, you only need to be strong. Luo Feng looked at Huang Xinyuan coldly. Also, I've already sent an email to senior brother Huang Tianjun. He wants to see me immediately. You guys can host the banquet yourselves. Also, brother Eugene, come with me to see senior brother Huang Tianjun. Beep, beep, beep. As expected, a message came from Luo Feng's chip. Then, the teleportation array opened again and a dignified will came out. Luo Feng, step into the teleportation array with your partner. I'll see you personally. Okay, senior brother. Luo Feng didn't look at Huang Xinyuan anymore. Instead, he gestured to Jiang Li and stepped into the door. Jiang Li didn't say a word. He stepped in as well, and the two disappeared in an instant. Damn it! When Huang Xinyuan saw the two of them disappear, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Damn it! They didn't give me any face at all. Bastards! What's wrong? Huang Xinyuan, I told you to come and pick up Luo Feng. What are you doing? Where's Luo Feng? Why isn't he here yet? A beam of light shot out from Huang Xinyuan's body, revealing a huge banquet. At the banquet, men and women were chatting, as if waiting for a big shot to arrive. Naturally, he was waiting for Luo Feng. The person speaking to Huang Xinyuan was a man of extraordinary bearing. His status was even higher than Huang Xinyuan's. Brother Dong, that Luo Feng brought a small fry with him, but he didn't give him any face. He sent an email to Governor Huang Tianjun and was summoned by him. Huang Xinyuan was furious. What? There's such a thing? Was Luo Feng so arrogant? She's just been banished from the world of immortals, so she has no one to rely on. She's about to rely on us, and yet she dares to act so presumptuously. How preposterous! The man called Brother Dong said, Does that Luo Feng really think she's still a princess of the heavenly court? My original intention was to hold a banquet for her, flatter her, and then propose to her at the banquet so that we could unite by marriage. I could also take over the power behind her, but since she doesn't give me any face, I can only use another method on her. Brother Dong, what should we do? Huang Xinyuan asked. Find out who the man she brought with her is, Brother Dong said. When she comes out, I'll have an audience with Elder Brother Heavenly Monarch. We'll talk about how to take her destiny and make her my wife. By this point, Jiang Li and Luo Feng were in an even wider hall, where they saw a man in yellow clothing, hands clasped behind his back, looking up into the sky and into the starry sky. In the depths of the hall, they could see the three-dimensional universe and the endless river of stars. The man seemed to put a suffocating amount of pressure on Jiang Li. Jiang Li almost wanted to kneel down, but his will was firm. He forced his will to merge into the depths of the void, to feel the greatness of the celestial sphere of the myriad worlds, and to stimulate the soul of the natives of the celestial sphere and the bloodline of the primordial heavenly king. Rumble. An aura rushed out of Jiang Li's body, preventing him from being forced to his knees. Not bad, you have a bit of an aura. Although your cultivation is weak, your potential is immense. 9 nomological laws, and your psychic power is equivalent to a 17 great Tao expert. Not bad, not bad. You have some tricks up your sleeve. You're from the Yi family? The desolate heavenly monarch looked at Jiang Li and saw through his strength. Jiangli felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Ever since he entered the Immortal Tower's star field, there were countless experts. He was restricted everywhere and could be seen through everywhere. But this was the Immortal Tower's star field, and it was normal to meet big shots. After all, this represented the highest level of the myriad worlds. As long as he could dominate the world here, then Jiangli could truly become a hegemon. Luo Feng, what's the situation in the immortal world's heavenly court? You've cultivated the great Tao of creation, and you're the #1 genius in the heavenly court. How many years has it been since you've cultivated this great Tao? Desolate Heavenly Monarch said, I know nothing about the immortal world. Can you explain it to me? The situation in the immortal world is very complicated. It's being controlled by a new emperor. He's very mysterious and seems to be newly ascended. He's created a sect called the Truth Gate. He claims to have grasped the truth of billions of reincarnations. This sect has infiltrated many sects and is in control of the overall situation. Luo Feng said, This is the most mysterious thing in the immortal world. On the surface, it looks like those sects are in control of the heavenly court, but it's actually a pretense. I comprehended heaven's will and received the final warning from heaven's will. It's an ambitious person who wants the entire immortal world to fall. In an instant, when the immortal world falls, he will devour the entire immortal world and absorb it into his body. Then, he will devour the myriad worlds. This is the world's most ferocious existence. Once the mysterious person behind the Truth Gate completes this terrifying plan, he will become the strongest person in history. Even Yuan Shi, who presided over the myriad worlds, created the myriad world celestial sphere, and signed a contract with him, will be far inferior to him. There's such a thing? How come the owner of the Immortal Tower and the owner of the universe's brain don't know about this? Hearing this, Desolate Heavenly Monarch's expression changed. That's why I ran to the Immortal Tower's star field, hoping to escape that terrifying place. Luo Feng said, Many people in the immortal world are in the dark. Only when I cultivated the creation great Tao did I understand how terrifying the Truth Gate is. Such a terrifying thing has really appeared in the immortal world. Desolate Heavenly Monarch pondered. After a while, he said, These things have already exceeded the scope of what we want to know. This is something that the owner of the Immortal Tower has to think about. He should be in danger, and when he encounters something crucial, he will take action. The owner of the Immortal Tower and the owner of the universe's brain are both restricted by the three-dimensional universe's heaven's will. They can't descend their wills into the myriad worlds. Even if they know about this, they can't solve the problem in the immortal world. They can only watch as the immortal world falls into the hands of others, Luo Feng said. What do you plan to do now? Join our Huang family? Desolate Heavenly Monarch asked. Right now, you're alone. You've cultivated the creation great Tao, which makes you very easy to spy on. It's the king of the great Tao, and countless people covet it. You need to find someone powerful to protect you. Only the wild's God can keep you safe and help you grow. If I recall correctly, after you reach the creation great Tao, you'll need to cultivate 2 more kings of the great Tao, the primordial chaos great Tao, and the primeval great Tao. Combine those 3 Taos and add on a minor Taos, and you'll have monarch godhood. You'll be on the same level as a grand emperor. That's the only way you'll be able to control the situation. You'll have to face countless tribulations along the way. We're the only ones who can protect you. No, Luo Feng said. I'm not here to ask for your protection. I'm here to get the Huang clan to join me. What did you just say? Desolate Heavenly Monarch asked. Even with his cultivation base, he shivered. I'm talking about getting the Huang clan to join me. I really do want to form monarch godhood. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. Ha ha ha. Desolate Heaven Lord burst into laughter. Luo Feng, have you lost your mind? How dare you say something like that? Do you know that you're insulting the dignity of the wild gods? Even when your old ancestor, the Sky Dome Great Emperor, was around, he could not say such words. That's right, Luo Feng said coolly. Not even Grand Emperor Heaven Dome could say something like that. But I can. What makes you think you can? Desolate Heaven Lord felt that Luo Feng was not crazy and was very calm. His eyes sparkled. You have cultivated the creation great Tao, so you're not crazy. Tell me, give me a reason, or I will punish you. You can't deal with me. I'm a child of the immortal world. There's a prophecy in the immortal world. When the Grand Emperor disappears, the heavenly court collapses, and the world falls, a child of the immortal world will be born. He'll lead the immortal world through a great tribulation. I once thought that it was fake, but the instant I cultivated the great Tao of creation, the heaven's will of the immortal world told me that I'm the son of the immortal world. Standing behind me is the heaven's will of the immortal world. My ancestor, the firmament emperor, was also a grand emperor born under the heaven's will of the immortal world. He cannot belittle the wild's god, but I can. Child of the immortal world? Desolate heavenly monarch said, shaking his head. Impossible. It was just a legend. According to the legends, when the son of the immortal world was born, everyone in the immortal world had to respect him. He was the crown prince, and anyone who dared to attack him would suffer a backlash. He would lead the immortal world through the greatest calamity. He was the hope of the immortal world. You could even say that he's the savior of the immortal world. In the immortal world, there were many people who called themselves children of the immortal world, but they were all fake. If you don't believe me, you can attack me, Luo Feng said. You're the son of the wild's gods, and you have the blood of the immortal world in you. You were born here. I still don't believe you. Suddenly, desolate heaven lord attacked. He pointed out with a finger, and there was no smoke or fire. But when Jiang Li saw this finger, the universe was spinning, and his soul was spinning according to this person's trajectory. He couldn't bear it and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Luckily, desolate heavenly monarch hadn't attacked him, or he would have died. But when the finger landed on Luo Feng, it bounced back. It actually bounced back. Desolate heaven lord let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by his own finger force. Chapter 662. Mo Yao smiled gently and said, Then you have to be nice to me in the next 100 years. Little fox, are you scared? Xia held the beautiful girl in his arms and asked gently, Did you miss me? Mo Yao wrapped herself up tightly with a blanket, only showing her pretty face, and said, I'll show you tomorrow. Mo Yao slept soundly in this place that was even cooler than an air conditioner. When she woke up, she felt refreshed, and her soft and beautiful eyes were as bright as stars in the winter night. Understood, Mo Yao answered slowly. Let it happen naturally, never indulge in it, and love each other without hurt in the world. Tushan Sang shivered and got up from the bed. She took a closer look and finally recognized the red figure. Then she patted her chest and squeezed into Xia's arms, saying coquettishly, Tao Master, you scared me to death. In a messy room, a long and narrow spatial crack suddenly appeared. Xia, who was dressed in casual clothes, quietly emerged from the crack. She quietly walked to the side of the girl who was sleeping on the bed and blew a breath of cold air into her ear. Okay, Xia said in a gentle tone, like the sunshine in winter. As his fiery robe fluttered in the air, rumbling sounds of explosions came from the void, instead of the usual crackling sounds of burning. The divine flame behind his head grew bigger, and the fire in Xia's eyes became brighter and brighter. His two eyeballs were as dazzling as two small suns. And Mo Yao covered her mouth and giggled, then stretched out her bare feet and said, Then help me put on my shoes first. You just said that you would be nice to me. At this moment, because of the hot weather, Tushan Sang was only wearing a white, tight-fitting vest and underwear, which couldn't cover her beautiful curves. Seeing her, Xia's eyes shone. The pair of small suns on her body were even brighter than the sun in the sky. Sitting on a camp bed, Mo Yao slightly opened her red lips and said, Primordial spirit and physical body have merged into one. Are you going to cultivate immortal flesh and jade bones? Xia lovingly stroked Tu Shansang's beautiful face, then pulled Tu Shansang up from the bed, carefully admiring her beautiful body. After arriving at their destination, Xia parked the carriage and set up a barrier. Then, he jumped out of the carriage and into the crack in space. Rumble! Mo Yao also knew that Xia was looking at her, her already alluring body stretched out, and at this moment, it was as if she was dancing. Even the trajectory of her robe sliding down was incomparably smooth, and after her robe slid down, her snow-white skin was even more delicate than a baby's. It was as if water could drip out of it. Exactly. Xia turned her head. The lines on her body were even smoother and more elegant. Her skin was fairer and more tender, almost catching up to Mo Yao's. Xia nodded. Definitely. Mo Yao looked at the expressionless Xia and held her hand. You know the answer. Why ask me? The 9 vermilion birds that pulled the carriage also let out loud cries, as if they were cheering that the season of fire had finally arrived. The flames on their bodies became even more violent, connecting with the Xianyang flames on the carriage, illuminating the void for over 100 feet. In the eyes of the mortals on the ground, wherever the carriage passed, it looked like a cloud of fire drifted by. Xia closed his eyes and said, Then you understand my feelings? Very good. Xia felt the warmth on his hand. He felt very lucky and gratified to have such an understanding partner like Mo Yao. Ayaya, congratulations on cultivating the body of an immortal. You truly deserve the title of a true Earth Immortal. Your name is already on the list of the immortal world. Mo Yao looked at Xia's slightly glowing body. He knew that Xia had used the abundant power of fire in summer and the time of sunrise to cultivate this ordinary mortal body into the body of an immortal with immortal flesh and jade bones. From now on, Xia would no longer need to be reincarnated because his body was already an indestructible immortal body. Yao Yao, why did you want me to come here? Mo Yao turned over, put on his clothes, and got out of bed. He saw Xia facing the east and absorbing the qi of the rising sun. His figure was constantly changing between illusion and reality. When Xia and Mo Yao returned home, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Xia and Mo Yao felt that today's TV program was not interesting, so they went straight to bed. Xia watched for a while, then reluctantly closed his eyes. Then he opened his eyes and said with a smile, Boss, it's time for you to get up. It's time for our restaurant to open. Tushan Sang saw Xia's bright eyes, and her delicate face blushed. Her white and rosy skin looked even more attractive. The Xianyang vermilion bird robe was a special magic of the path of immortality. It could gather fire into clothes. The fire crown of the robe had a very strong defensive power, and it was very convenient. Therefore, Xia was much faster than Mo Yao in taking off the clothes, and he could also get under the blanket one step earlier to enjoy the beautiful scene of Mo Yao taking off the clothes. Alas, it's over so soon. Seeing Mo Yao getting under the blanket after taking off the clothes, Xia immediately sighed with great regret. Ming, Yao Yao, there's a hint of jealousy in your words. Xia sat on the bed again and said, Even if I cultivate the body of an immortal, it will still be at least 100 years before I can cultivate to the level of ascending to the realm of immortals. The scorching sun in the sky radiated a high temperature. Sitting in the carriage, Xia did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she felt like a fish in water. In the blood of the Changshengzi, there was a natural desire for the scorching summer and the rolling flames. Yes, Tushan Sang was very honest, and there was no trace of pretentiousness. Xia rolled her eyes. She grabbed Mo Yao's foot with one hand and picked up the high-heeled sandals on the bedside with the other hand. Then, she helped Mo Yao put on the shoes, held her hand, and left the bedroom. Finally, when Xia was about to reach his destination, the fire clouds around the carriage had already covered half of the sky. However, there was not the slightest fluctuation of magic power being emitted. It was just like a very ordinary fire cloud in the sky. Fortunately, it was morning, and ordinary people only saw it as a piece of morning glow. Chapter 663. There is indeed a genius in the Hua clan now, Hua Immortal Slayer. Not long ago, he cultivated the immortal slaying Great Tao and refined the immortal slaying Great Tao and immortal in Great Tao. Now, he only lacks the immortal slaying Great Tao. Once all 4 Great Taos are formed, his power will fill the world, and he can kill most experts. Even I'm wary of him. Huang Tianjun also knew about Hua Zhuxian. Hua Celestial Slayer suddenly rose up and became an influential figure. The king of the great Dao was no small matter. Every completed Dao was equivalent to dozens of ordinary great Daos, especially a great Dao like the Celestial Slayer Great Dao. Beheading and Immortal were already very powerful, but they weren't combined with Zhu Xian. Only under Zhu Xian's guidance could the other Daos unleash their killing power. Jiang Li couldn't even calculate how powerful Hua Zhuxian was after learning 3 Daos. He hadn't gotten the 4th yet, but with the Hua clan strength, it was only a matter of time. Luckily, Hua Zhuxian was his friend. The stronger he was, the better. Oh, so you're friend with Hua Zhuxian too. That's even better. Huang Tianjun said, invite him over when you have time. We want to build a good relationship with the Hua clan. Also, Luo Feng, I have to report this to Huang God. The juniors of the Huang clan have prepared a banquet for you. You should go and give them some face. Otherwise, if they don't agree when we work together in the future, I won't be able to carry out my policies in the clan. All right then, I'll go take a look. However, I won't be merciful to any of your clan's disciples who harbor evil intentions. If they want to blaspheme me, they'll be blaspheming the will of the immortal world. Luo Feng smiled and turned to leave. Never mind, don't go. Huang Tianjun quickly said, we Huang clan disciples are all proud. You'll definitely clash with them and make it hard for me. Then we'll be leaving. Luo Feng waved her hand. Not long from now, I will be participating in the sacred war. At that time, I believe that many of the young geniuses of the Huang family will be there. If you want me to protect them, Huang God, it's best if you make a decision early. Holy War. The desolate heaven lord's expression changed again. All right, I will inform the desolate god of this as soon as possible. All right, I'll contact senior brother Heavenly Lord at any time. Luo Feng pulled Jiang Li and activated the teleportation system. Swoosh! The two of them left the place. Not long after, the system's teleportation power spread, and the two of them appeared in the Genius Training Camp's great world. I didn't expect your identity to be so special. Now that I know your secret, you won't kill me to silence me, right? Jiang Li looked at Luo Feng with a complicated feeling in his heart. Luo Feng was the son of the celestial world. He was the true main character, while Jiang Li was just an insignificant character. You are the successor of the Soul Emperor. Why would I kill you? You have great fortune on you, and I hope to work with you to revitalize the celestial world. Actually, I know a little about your identity. You and Martial Ancestor Ba Liming are the same kind of people. You're both natives of the myriad world's celestial sphere, right? Luo Feng pointed out Jiang Li's identity with a single sentence. What? Jiang Li was shocked. He never would have thought Luo Feng would see through his true identity. Don't be nervous. Your identity is more valuable to me. The souls born of the myriad world's celestial sphere are no small matter. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future, so I have high hopes for you. And you are the successor of the Soul Emperor. I will do my best to nurture you and help you create the king of the great Dao. Easier said than done. Since you know my background, I'll tell you the truth. My real name is Jiang Li, and I am the leader of the natives of the myriad world celestial sphere. You came from there too, so you should know our situation, Jiang Li said bluntly. His little secret was nothing compared to the son of the immortal world. Oh, you're Jiang Li. I know about your situation. You've taken over the cultivation world, developed the financial system, and opened the trading platform. You've made a name for yourself, and your providence and race are expanding day by day. But I know you still have a secret treasure, the Soul Emperor's relic. How about it? Can I take a look? This was what Luo Feng wanted the most. The Soul Emperor's divinity has been passed on to the Soul Emperor's descendant. Jiang Li suddenly remembered why Wang Chao had taken Dream Kite as a disciple. Dream Kite was the Soul Emperor's descendant. The Soul Emperor's surname was Meng, and his name was Dream Mind. And it turned out that the Jun family in the cultivation world, Jun, Songxing, and the others, were the descendants of the Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperor's surname was Jun. The Soul Emperor's relic fell into Dream Kite's hands. Her bloodline activated the godly might within it, and it was much more powerful than when it was in Jiang Li's hands. The Soul Emperor's descendant? There seems to be a descendant of the Eternal Emperor. Luo Feng thought for a while. You want to promote the cultivation world into a real dimension, right? This is the dream of us humans. We also want our own universe. That's my dream, Jiang Li said firmly. If you can help us humans, then we will do our best to help you. Also, don't talk about us merging into the celestial world. The human world is the human world. Red dust is upside down. Intoxication is blurred. Love is intertwined. Fate is righteous. Order is ordinary. And warmth is ordinary. This is the human world. In the celestial world, everyone cultivates the heavenly Tao. Relationships are weak, ethereal, and distant. I don't like this kind of world. The celestial world is too cold, but the human world is like fire. Jiang Li analyzed all the worlds. The celestial world was cold and aloof. Everyone in the martial world was crazy, and they could give up everything in pursuit of the highest level. In the demon world, everyone was deceiving each other. None of these were the styles Jiang Li wanted. The human world was all-encompassing. There was greatness in the ordinary. Passion was like fire. No matter if it was gods or immortals, they couldn't resist the charm of the human world. In the ancient legends, when fairies descended to the human world, they didn't want to return to the sky. This was the human world. This was also the world Jiang Li wanted to create. The human world. The human world. What is the human world? When Luo Feng heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Do you know what the human world is? Actually, since ancient times, there have been legends about the human world. Normally, the human world refers to the many planets in the three-dimensional universe. There has never been a unified concept. If you can create the human world completely, you will be the greatest Tao between heaven and earth. How about it? Do you have the confidence to create the human world with me? Jiang Li was trying to entice Luo Feng. Besides, the human world won't clash with the immortal world. The human world is the fate of myriad worlds. People in the human world can choose to ascend to the myriad worlds. They can become devils or immortals. It's all up to them. I'm a son of an immortal world, Luo Feng said. My first duty is to protect the interests of the immortal world. That said, we can work together. When the human world ascends, the immortal world's first choice will be the immortal world. Furthermore, if the immortals in the immortal world are punished, they could be banished to the mortal world and sent to live in the human world. Do you have any ideas on how to make the human world grow stronger? Jiang Li asked. That requires power, Luo Feng said. The corpses of gods would be even better. Or perhaps primal chaos, palea energy. I can see that the cultivation world has corpses of gods, so all we need to do is refine them. Furthermore, you can use the trading system to absorb the destiny of the myriad worlds. Resources are constantly flowing into the human world, and it needs to be digested. Right now, we don't need to improve the power of the human world, but rather improve its ability to digest. Let me take a look at the world. She nodded. Instantly, the map appeared, and the Milky Way grew larger and larger. After passing through countless planetary systems and light years, the Milky Way that Jiang Li was familiar with appeared on the map. Then, outside of the Milky Way, the cultivation world appeared. This is the image from 3 days ago, Luo Feng said. Even though I used the Immortal Towers planetary system and spent a lot of primal chaos coins, I can only see the cultivation world from 3 days ago. That place is simply too far away from here. Jiang Li didn't say anything. He looked at the cultivation world, which was much larger than when he had left. Furthermore, there were many tentacles in the cultivation world, which had infiltrated the Milky Way and taken over many strongholds. All of those strongholds had formed businesses and corporations. One expert after another appeared in the cultivation world. Experts of the great Tao are popping up in the cultivation world like mushrooms after a spring rain. Jiang Li sensed the destiny and found that after he had left, experts had appeared in the cultivation world. Could it be that his existence was suppressing the destiny of the human race? After he left, 100 flowers would bloom? 100 schools of thought contending? This cultivation world has given birth to experts whose strength is unfathomable. That dream kite has advanced so quickly, and she has the sole emperor's relic. Her future is limitless. Luo Feng said, I think the cultivation world lacks a stimulus to convert the accumulated energy into the motivation to ascend. What kind of stimulus? Zhang Li asked. Of course, the stimulus of the tribulation. Luo Feng said, we cultivators have to go through tribulations every time we advance, let alone the advancement of a world. The stimulus of the tribulation? Zhang Li murmured. Actually, the tribulation of the cultivation world is coming soon, and the power of the myriad world celestial sphere seems to have expanded. As soon as he finished speaking, rumble. The power of the myriad world celestial sphere had indeed expanded. An invincible power erupted once again. The area of influence expanded once more, and it was no longer just the Milky Way, but many other galaxies. Coincidentally, the cultivation world was at the edge. The spreading power was very strange. It stopped after spreading halfway through the cultivation world. From afar, it looked like the cultivation world had become an yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. In other words, in the cultivation world, half of it was restricted, while the other half could allow any powerful expert to do as they pleased. Bang! Zhongli was about to see the result, but the image was cut off. He could no longer see what was happening in the cultivation world. He let out a long sigh and looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng said, this is the image from 3 days ago. In other words, in these 3 days, the cultivation world has already met with a tribulation. However, I used up a lot of chaos coins just now, so the image was temporarily cut off, and I can't see what happened in the future. And your level isn't high enough. So even if you have chaos coins, you won't be able to see it. 3 days, a lot of things can be done in 3 days. Zhongli muttered, the cultivation world is connected to my heart. If I perish, I will feel it. If I ascend, I will also ascend. That means that nothing will happen for the time being. Humanity's tribulation. Let all of humanity survive it. Chapter 664. In the third dimension universe. In the Milky Way, there was a hubbub of voices. Experts from the infinite worlds had gathered everywhere. Originally, only a dozen or so great Tao experts had descended. But now, as the power of the myriad world celestial sphere expanded, more and more powerful experts had arrived. In some places, there were even more than 20 great Tao experts hiding their auras. At this time, many people focused their attention on the cultivation world. Some experts were eager to enter that world to plunder resources and humans. In the past, the power of the myriad world celestial sphere hadn't spread to the cultivation world, so no experts dared to enter. Now that there was no restriction of the third dimension universe, of course, the ambitious and powerful existences had thoughts of plundering. However, no one had attacked yet. They were mainly waiting for the immortal tower's decision. Because the cultivation world's heavens was vaguely above many existences. There was also the dragon race and humans working together. Apart from that, there was also the daughter of the lost god, Psychedelia. She was equivalent to an expert of 20 great Tao. These days, she had killed many people and established her prestige. In addition, these days the cultivation world had formed an order and a platform for doing business. Many experts who had conflicts of interest with it didn't want it to collapse because many experts had earned money on it. Immortal Tower's base in the star field. In the depths of the powerful battleship led by Prince Tartu, a meeting was being held. Prince, I think it's time to attack the cultivation world, seize this world, refine the heaven's will, and obtain the corpse of the god, said a higher-up of the Immortal Tower. I think so too. We must destroy this world. This world has touched our dignity. Only we can build a trading platform. Yes, after this trading platform is built, we can earn a lot of commission every day. We can also earn a lot of resources and luck. In the future, when more experts come, our trading platform will become the business center of the infinite worlds. However, all of this has been snatched away. What's more shameless is that they pirated our financial system and condensed some mortal currency. Now, when the experts of the infinite worlds enter that world, they have to condense their minds to obtain the mortal currency. This way, it's the same as cultivating that world. These days, the cultivation world has expanded several times, growing at a rate of 10% every day. With this growth rate, in another year or so, it will be almost unstoppable. I suggest that we act immediately and seize this world or destroy it. Then, we can establish a trading platform. No, our immortal tower star field is a sacred land of the universe after all. We can't give others a reason to talk about us. It's better to subdue these people and make them our slaves. We will accept this trading platform directly. That's true. After accepting this trading platform, we can connect to the immortal tower system. In this way, the flow of transactions can be expanded by 100 times. If our lineage were to build a trading center here, our income and luck would be among the best. We would be able to contribute a lot to the immortal tower, and chaos coins and merit points would continuously fall into our hands. Let's go. Let's go and sweep the cultivation world. Countless experts were roaring. The immortal tower star field was about to start a war. It's time to wage war. Prince Tardu's tall body also stood up at this moment. Let's go to the cultivation world immediately. With the pressure of the army, I will completely destroy and subdue this nest. Move as you wish. The immortal tower star field and Prince Tartu's execution ability was simply shocking. The entire huge fleet was mobilized. The Milky Way and many other galaxies were shaking. All the experts were trembling, thinking that something big had happened. Everyone felt like they were facing a calamity. Even the experts from the martial world, dragon world, immortal world, and demon world did not dare to say anything. They could only observe in the dark. They saw that the fleet was moving towards the cultivation world. The immortal tower star field has finally made a move against the cultivation world. This time, the cultivation world is finished. Should we go and take advantage of the situation? Oh no, I have a huge business in the cultivation world. I got my subordinates to represent me. I have to withdraw all my assets as soon as possible. Damn it, I feel that the cultivation world's trading platform is doing quite well. People like us who do proper business have much less risk. These few days, I have relied on this trading platform to earn a huge sum of money and resources. Why is it being taken down? I feel that this trading platform is very promising. My assets are in it too. Are they all going to disappear now? Seeing the immortal tower star field's warships heading towards the cultivation world, some were happy, some were unhappy, and most of them were furious. This was because they had goods and currencies on the cultivation world's trading platform. Now that the immortal tower star field's army had arrived, everything was gone. Rumble. Prince Tartu's warships arrived outside the cultivation world in a short while. They formed an array, enveloping a star field and surrounding the cultivation world. At this moment, a beam of light surged out from the cultivation world and sealed the entire world. Prince Tartu, the cultivation world has been sealed. The heavens will sense danger and activated the defensive light, an upper echelon reported. How can I not know? A cold smile appeared on Prince Tartu's face. You want to stop our attack with such a small defensive light? You are really underestimating the immortal tower star field. Just as he was speaking, a beam of light shot out from the cultivation world. The light condensed into a phantom image of a young man. This young man was very perfect. He had an extraordinary aura and was the embodiment of the cultivation world's heaven's will. Prince Tardu, the cultivation world, did not destroy the order of the worlds. Instead, we are establishing order. We are maintaining the stability of the third dimension of the universe. This is the same concept as the immortal tower star field. Why do you want to attack us? The young man said calmly. You are just a heaven's will, a small system. Prince Tardu put his hands behind his back and looked at him with contempt. You want to establish a trading platform and pirate our financial system? The order of the entire world is maintained by us. You can only submit to us and integrate into our system. The universe's brain also said to maintain order. Who do we listen to? There was no emotion on the young man's face. There was an unchanging faint smile in his eyes. The universe's brain star field. Prince Tartar recalled that not long ago, Wang Chao had shown his divinity. However, after so long, he couldn't see anything special about it. He knew that it was just a bluff. If you are colluding with the universe's brain's evil star field, only death awaits you. Is that so? The Immortal Tower and the universe's brain are both known as the two sacred lands of the universe. Why are they evil? The young man tried to explain. There is good and evil, yin and yang. We are good, and the universe's brain star field is evil. Prince Tartar said, "Open up the world and let me refine it. Only then can I guarantee your final destination and not let you meet the fate of death." In that case, there is no room for discussion. The young man sighed. Actually, I have established a trading platform that can accommodate all rivers. It can also cooperate with the Immortal Tower Starfield. We could do business together. We don't need to do business with you. All the worlds created by the astral world can't be promoted to a dimension. This is to maintain the balance of the worlds. Therefore, you are destined to integrate into our star field system. Then, this world will become a planet of our star field. Prince Tardu waved his hand. I don't want to waste time with you. I will give you two choices. One is to surrender, and we can still guarantee the existence of the source. The other is to be wiped out. Sigh. The young man seemed to be happy and sad at the same time. It seems that this is really our fate. There is no room for discussion. The passion of a human world has always been watered by blood and battles. As he spoke, the young man disappeared. Attack, Prince Tardu ordered. But just as he finished, a beam of light shot out from the depths of the cultivation world. This light traversed several star fields and stirred up the situation. The primordial chaos descended on the human world. A heavenly halberd appeared. The young man also appeared. This was not his projection, but his real body. He held the heavenly halberd, chaos divine weapon, ancient chaos halberd. This halberd appeared in the primordial era. It would bring about slaughter and chaos. The young man wielded the ancient chaos halberd and struck in the air. The stars changed, and several star fields changed. The ancient chaos halberd storm could kill gods. This was a peerless divine weapon born from the primordial chaos. It was a killing weapon that even the heavens and earth could not evolve. It only took one strike. When all the experts saw this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, because they saw the Immortal Tower's star field battleships disintegrate and break apart. Prince Tartu's huge projection rose and let out an angry roar. But the young man wielded the ancient chaos halberd and slashed again. Crack! Prince Tartu's body was cut in half. He let out a shrill scream and tried to escape. A huge black hole appeared above his head, as if it was about to open a forbidden zone of some kind of power. But the young man waved the ancient chaos halberd again. The huge black hole was destroyed, and then Prince Tardu was shattered. The remaining 49 great Daos were all sucked into the ancient chaos halberd like peerless evil dragons. Then, the interior of the cultivation world slightly collapsed. All the battleships were devoured in an instant. The projection of a great emperor stood in the sky, coldly looking at the experts of the countless star fields and worlds. He waved the halberd 3 times. The first slash broke the joint formation of the fleet. The second slash heavily injured Prince Tardu. The final slash destroyed the alliance between the fleet and the Immortal Tower, absorbing Prince Tardu and his huge fleet. The arrogant Cosmos Sacred Land fleet was destroyed just like that. It was clean. It was as if it had never appeared in this world. Everyone, friends from the infinite worlds. The young man's voice resounded. Prince Tartu of the Immortal Tower Star Field attacked us, but was killed by us. The cultivation world's trading platform will not be damaged, and everyone's wealth will not be affected. Also, we obtained the technology and treasures of the Immortal Tower Star Field, and even battleships. We will immediately hold an auction on the internet. Everyone, if you need anything, come here to buy it, as long as you have enough resources. Chapter 665. Everyone was stunned. Even the people of the martial world, the immortal world, the dragon world, and the devil world were afraid of the cultivation world. This is simply lawless. A high-ranking member of the demon world who had 30 great Tao stood in the Milky Way and witnessed the destruction of Prince Tattoo of the Immortal Tower star field. His entire body turned cold. Even the ferocious demon world didn't dare to offend the Immortal Tower's star field. He didn't expect a small cultivation world to be so daring. As soon as the ancient chaos halberd appeared, it threw the winds and clouds into chaos, causing the ages to tremble. Who dared to resist its brilliance? Tian Yi's white robes fluttered in the wind, his demeanor peerless. Even our demon realm isn't so audacious. He destroyed all the battleships in the Immortal Tower star field. This time, there were many experts in the Immortal Tower star field. How much power was stored in the battleship? How much power was needed to destroy it just like that? What was that halberd? Do you see that? It seems to be a chaotic divine weapon that was born from heaven and earth. It seems to be the legendary ancient chaos halberd. As soon as this halberd appears, heaven and earth will be thrown into chaos, and the past and present will be overturned. No one can describe its ferocious might. It can even kill gods. No wonder the cultivation world is so fearless. It turns out that they have this thing guarding them. However, the Immortal Tower star territory has lost such a large fleet and royal bloodline. Prince Tattoo will definitely not let this matter rest. I think a god will descend here sooner or later. I think the cultivation world is the one who has nothing to fear. Have you forgotten that not long ago, an ancient god's light descended here? Who would dare to touch that aura? That's true. Anyway, it's going to be a fierce battle. That's right. The world of cultivation just sent out a message saying that they're going to hold an auction. Let's auction off the Immortal Tower's battleships and technologies. Maybe I could buy some good stuff. Let's go. This is the best opportunity to obtain the technology of the Immortal Tower. It's something that can only be chanced upon. That's right. After we buy it, the Immortal Tower's star zone won't be able to do anything to us. The law doesn't punish the masses. Apart from that, if the Immortal Tower star zone wants to deal with the cultivation world, it has nothing to do with us. First of all, the experts of the myriad worlds were shocked. Secondly, some experts were attracted by the Immortal Tower's technology and battleships and flocked to purchase them. These included the Immortal World, Thunder World, Dragon World, Martial World, Bone World, many experts and major forces. At the same time, they also wanted to observe the situation of the cultivation world. At this very moment, in a huge sealed space-time inside the cultivation world, many huge battleships were frozen, and so were the countless experts in the battleships. How many battleships did the Immortal Tower have this time? There were millions of battleships of varying sizes, and every single one of them was the size of many planets. The energy stored within them exploded out, and the rings of light that they emitted could even spread out several light years away. In fact, the power of each of these battleships was equivalent to the combined power of dozens of stars, or even more. The technology of the Immortal Tower star field could already condense stars and store them as energy. Every battleship was a world of its own, capable of traversing the vast universe. Its technology was countless times more advanced than that of the cultivation world. In front of the Immortal Tower's star field, the angel tribe's technology that humans had obtained in the past was like dog **T. Now, in the depths of this sealed and frozen space, all human executives, led by Dream Kite, Psychedelia, and even Dragon had gathered. In addition, there was also Wu Jun from the martial world. There was no need to mention Hong Heiyu and the rest. Psychedelia, you are the daughter of the lost god. Do you think the Immortal Tower Starfield's Prince Tardu will attack us after we killed their battleship fleet and destroyed their Immortal Tower Starfield? Dreamkite was wearing a green jade-colored dress. It was loose and fresh, but her aura was getting more and more ethereal. She actually had the aura of a young man with heavenly will. Among the entire human race, she had the highest support rate, reaching 70%, while Psychedelia only had 10%. Originally, Psychedelia was going to compete with her for the presidency. However, Zhongli single-handedly destroyed her plans. From the moment the Grand Emperor's relic was handed over to Dreamkite had inherited the bloodline of the former #1 Grand Emperor in the immortal world, the sole Grand Emperor. From that moment onwards, her aura started to change. Every action of hers had an immense aura, and she was able to give speeches and handle all kinds of daily affairs with ease. The entire human race had already treated her as an idol. As for the residents of the cultivation world, because she was a member of the Dream Sect and a native of the cultivation world, they were very supportive of her. This way, no one had more prestige than her. In addition, she was also Wang Chao's disciple. With all these different identities, after Zhongli left, she was fully deserving of being the leader of the human race. Psychedelia looked at Dreamkite with complicated feelings. She had originally wanted to compete with Dreamkite for the presidency, but now it seemed that everything was just a dream. Hearing Dreamkite's question, she nodded slightly. This is a huge incident. The Immortal Tower Star Field will definitely fight with us to the death because its prestige has been challenged. I see. Dreamkite was not moved after hearing this. Instead, she said, our world's advancement is not predestined and cannot push the world forward. Come. The formation of the human world is accompanied by blood and fire. Now let's start the sacrifice. We'll use the battleship's energy, experts, and even Prince Tardu as sacrifices to heaven's will. This is a good opportunity for us, and the cultivation world will become at least 10 times stronger. Sacrificing so many powerful beings at once. Psychedelia was stunned by Dreamkite's generosity. This time, all the battleships were captured in one go. There were many higher-ups of the Immortal Tower in the battleship, including experts of the Great Tao level and various saints. All of them had very powerful souls. There were even many geniuses with providence. All of them were sacrificed. This was a fight to the death with the Immortal Tower Starfield. Even if we don't sacrifice, will the people of the Immortal Tower Starfield let us go? Never expect the enemy to be kind to you. The only thing you can do is to think of all ways to become stronger, Dreamkite said. Rumble. As she spoke, her divine will spread out. Everyone, let's start the sacrifice. Okay. All the higher-ups started the incantation. Blazing flames burned into the battleship fleet. Instantly, the powerful existences that had been frozen turned into green smoke in the raging fire. They didn't feel any pain. They were frozen, turned into dust in their sleep, and turned into straw dogs. As the saying went, heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like dogs. They just slept for a while and then merged with the source of the human world. Without pain, there would be no resentment. Without resentment, the sacrifice was pure. There were too many experts in the fleet of the Immortal Tower Starfield. After these experts of the Great Tao were sacrificed, they merged into the depths of the will of the heavens. After the will of the heavens absorbed a portion of the power, it fed it back again. These people's cultivation was rising steadily. Hong Hiyu had already become a Great Tao level expert. He had cultivated the Hell Great Tao. His body was covered in black mist. He was like a black dragon, showing the layers of hell. The Hell Great Tao had a total of 18 rules. When these rules were gathered together, they formed the legendary 18 levels of hell. Rumble. Everyone started to advance. The power of the sacrifice was too strong. Sacrificing the Great Tao to obtain the Great Tao. This was the rule of equivalent exchange of energy. Woo. Countless mystiques gathered together and intertwined. Many rules formed out of thin air, and runes fell like snowflakes. Suddenly, the sacrifice reached its peak. A rainbow-like light shot into the sky and entered the space of the heavens. This was the gift from Prince Tattoo. Prince Tattoo's cultivation was 49 Great Taos. This kind of cultivation was simply terrifying to the extreme. Once one was sacrificed, the feedback was immeasurable. All the feedback was basically added to Dreamkite's body. Dreamkite's cultivation entered an immeasurable level. In the depths of her level, there was a bloodline that seemed to have formed a huge connection with the immortal world. This was the first emperor of the immortal world. The bloodline of the Soul Emperor was activated again. At this moment, all the experts in the Immortal Tower's star field were sacrificed. The huge amount of energy stored in the entire cultivation world suddenly exploded, reaching a critical point. Raging flames erupted within the heavenly space-time, enveloping the dragon god's corpse and melting it away. At this point, the corpses of the three gods had all been refined and integrated into the heavenly will origin of the immortal world. Especially with the sacrifice of all the experts from the Immortal Tower, the young heavenly will had reached a level comparable to that of a god. At this time, the outside of the world of cultivation didn't expand. Instead, it started to shrink. The light didn't shoot out. Instead, it looked very ordinary. However, the space inside the world of cultivation was increasing rapidly. This was the state of returning to its original state. The inside was strong, and the outside was shrinking. This meant that the origin of the world was strong, and the foundation was starting to grow. The entire cultivation world had entered a period that was about to explode. Not bad. Not bad at all. Meng Xuan looked over at Heavenwill Dimension, her heart bursting with joy. During the sacrifice, she hadn't just achieved a few great Daos, but rather had cleansed herself of the impurities and stimulated the Soul Emperor's bloodline. Once she strengthened her bloodline, she would be able to summon the psyche of the Soul Emperor from the depths of the void. Then she would be able to assimilate the Grand Emperor's Sarira and form monarch godhood. She wouldn't have to waste so much time and effort. Now she understood why Wang Chao had wanted her to cultivate the great Tao of the True Void and connect to the True Void hometown. The True Void hometown was a region of space-time that didn't exist. It seemed to exist, but at the same time, it didn't. But with the will of the True Void hometown, Dreamkite could quickly gather the scattered souls and elites of the Soul Emperor. For an expert like the Soul Emperor, even if he perished and his body dissipated between the heavens and earth, he would still leave behind his essence. Using the Grand Emperor's relic, he could continuously absorb the essence that fell between the heavens and earth, strengthening Dream Paper Kite's soul. Chapter 666. At this moment, the prosperity of the cultivation world could no longer be contained. Everyone received great benefits from the sacrifice. Though they didn't ascend immediately, as long as they digested it, ascension was only a matter of time. The young Heavenswill held the halberd, air currents swirling around him as if thousands of dragons worshipping the dragon god. Its aura was so deep that it was as deep as the abyss of the universe. No one could tell how deep its magic power was. The halberd in his hand was in his grasp, runes fusing with his body. Its cultivation was no longer as simple as having dozens of grand Daos. It was as if it was forcefully merging with the halberd, borrowing the fiery human world to reforge the halberd. The halberd was a chaos weapon. Chaos could evolve into all things, meaning that the halberd could also change into many forms. Its eyes gazed into the depths of the void, its soul rippling. There is warmth, cunning, deceit, sincerity, love, hate, gratitude and grudges, affection and hatred. This is the human world, the real human world. Ancient Chaos Halberd, in my hands. You are no longer the ancient Chaos Halberd, nor are you a brutal divine weapon that stirred up chaos in the immemorial era. From now on, I will use the passion of the human world to forge you, turning you into a divine weapon that truly protects the human world. This is your fortune. The human world will definitely become the #1 world in the future. It will also be the origin of all worlds. As the #1 divine weapon, you will definitely surpass the Jade Disc of good fortune. This is your destiny, your future. The young Heavens will communicate it with the halberd again and again. If you fall into the hands of others, even if it's a god, they will only take you to kill and rob. Without a doubt, you are an innate godly fetus, a chaos weapon, very strong in nature. However, you must ascend after coming to this world, for this is your true purpose. It was repeatedly emphasizing that the human world could help the halberd evolve. If the halberd fell into the hands of others, it would only kill, be stained with karma, and ultimately fall. This was a very understandable logic. The halberd was also a sentient being, so it understood this. Thus, it instinctively trembled, seemingly agreeing to the mission of protecting the human world. Indeed, if the human realm was established and became the #1 realm in the myriad of worlds, then under the blessing of the enormous luck and virtue of protecting the world, the ancient Chaos Halberd would become an existence even more powerful than the Good Fortune Jade Disc. The divine weapons passed down from the primal chaos were also divided into different grades. The Good Fortune Jade Disc was practically #1. Moreover, as long as the ancient Chaos Halberd protects the entire human realm, then the heavens will absolutely not deduct merit points. This is because the heavens will is an existence without its own emotions. It will only abide by its own rules and will absolutely not break its own rules. Only sentient beings will be swayed by their emotions. This was the truth, so the ancient Chaos Great Halberd understood. From now on, the image of heaven's will in the human realm will be the image of me wielding the ancient Chaos Halberd. The young heavens will said, "When worshipping me, you will be worshipped as well." From today onwards, at this time, the will of the young Tion E from the cultivation world spread across many galaxies, letting everyone know one thing. The cultivation world shall be renamed the human world. Rename it the human realm. Waves of spiritual energy were transmitted out, promoting the concept of the human world. Since ancient times, there has never been a real human world. Where exactly is the human world? It was definitely not a three-dimensional universe. A three-dimensional universe was an astral world, a place where gods fell. Now, let me tell everyone, this is the human world. There are people in the human world, there will be demons and even immortals and ghosts. Human world, the original humans in the cultivation world all roared and gathered together, their wills connected as one, cheering for the entire world. In an instant, the world's fate increased greatly. The name change was no small matter. Just a slight change in the name would bring about an increase in influence and spread. In the past, the cultivation world was just a cultivation world. Just hearing this name, one would know that it wasn't rich. But the name of the human world was different. It was truly vast and all-encompassing, warm and ordinary. Just like the great Tao, everyone felt that it was great and ordinary. This was like fighting for hegemony in ancient times. Being called a king and being called an emperor were different. Being called a king was just a vassal. Once one was called an emperor, there was no turning back. But being called an emperor also had its benefits. It would make your subordinates feel at ease. If they followed me, I would definitely not be half-hearted. Sometimes, fighting for hegemony and being called an emperor was a path of no return. It was a path to one's own death, causing people to rise up and attack them. Sometimes, being called an emperor was to fight for fame, causing many heroes to side with each other, and their strength would increase greatly. This was the use of status and fate. Now, the cultivation world had killed all the experts in the Immortal Tower. After the sacrifice, heavens will expanded and refine the corpses of the gods. The world was stable, and the general trend had been formed. This way, it was natural to change the name to the human world. It would have the aura of a king, and it would no longer be a small fight. Instead, it would have a grand scale. Such a name could greatly boost morale and intimidate the experts of the world, but it would definitely be accompanied by calamity. It was hard to say whether it was good or bad. But the only thing was that humans had walked on a path of no return, a path to fight for hegemony. If they didn't succeed, they would be turned into ashes. Every human understood this. At this moment, they were filled with fighting spirit and anticipation for the future. Humans had already gone through a great integration. The original native sects of the cultivation world and the humans on Earth had also joined together, forming many cities and entering the rhythm of modern civilization. The ancient cultivation civilization, sects, countries, primitive villages, and tribes were all gone. The feudal era had entered the modern era. Hundreds of sects had completely disappeared, and in their place were many corporations. A large number of experts of the world swarmed into the human world, but no one dared to cause trouble. Because the aftermath of killing the battleships of the Immortal Tower was still there, who would dare to cause trouble? Everyone was here to buy battleships and technology. This caused a large number of resources to pour into the human world, and the fate became even more intense. From afar, it looked like the human fate had formed a flame, and no one knew which void it rushed to or the depths of the distant universe. The human world really sold a large number of battleships, and of course, it also exchanged for many valuable things, which were of great help to the advancement of the entire world. This kind of trading was done by the government. In this way, the human government became stronger, and it was enough to intimidate many groups. Of course, the human government was firmly in the hands of Dreamkite. Even if she had to retire after a few years, her people would definitely become the new president. The power would not fall to anyone else. Of course, according to this speed, it would only take a few years for the human world to advance into a real universe. Moreover, according to the presidential election law, the president could temporarily be re-elected when the human world was in the most dangerous situation. Normally, the president could only be re-elected for 2 terms, but during special times, there was no need for an election. In the next few years, the human world needed a stable government to advance. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, Dreamkite, the president, would enjoy great fate along with the ascension of the human world. Of course, although Zhongli wasn't the president, he enjoyed more fate because he was the spokesperson of the cultivation world, and he was also the one who created the concept of the human world. He was a great teacher, and without him, there wouldn't be a human world. He was the real initiator, creator, and executor of the concept of the human world. The human world expanded rapidly during this crisis. In a few days, it completed all of its previous savings, and it was much more. However, Zhongli couldn't sense all of this in the distant Immortal Tower's star field. Logically, when the cultivation world transformed into the human world and absorbed the experts of the Immortal Tower star field, as one of the creators, he would also advance along with the heaven's will and obtain great power. However, he was too far away now, and the advancement power couldn't be transmitted to him. Only when he came to the cultivation world would he improve. Unless the cultivation world advanced into a universe and evolved into a real human world, that power would be directly added to Zhongli's body. Actually, he was very confident in his infinite great Tao, mainly because of this point. Because promoting the appearance of the human world was truly a great spirit, and it had a deep impact on the myriad worlds. Just this point alone made his means not inferior to the creator of the celestial world. Inexorably, his fate that changed the world was enough for him to cultivate the king of great Tao and entrust the infinite great Tao to surpass everything, becoming the king of the kings of great Tao, the king of kings. Within the Immortal Tower's star field, in the genius training camp, Zhongli sat in his cave abode and started to comprehend. He thought about constructing the 10th nomological law and carefully comprehended it with the mental power of the 17th great Tao. Gradually, his soul fire was like a lamp that explored the pitch-black void and found a correct path. In this world, there is no dead end. In the boundless darkness, there will always be a path that is suitable for you. In the world, there will always be a path, but you just haven't found it. Now, I am looking for that nomological law, a nomological law that is suitable for the infinite great Tao. Zhongli thought hard. He let go of his attachment to the cultivation world and let nature take its course, turning to cultivating himself. This was his cultivation, his ideals, his ideas, and his abandonment. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, and he seemed to have grasped some key point. Yes, after the 9th law is the limit. As the saying goes, 9 by 9 supremes. After reaching the limit, it is indeed difficult to break through again. However, as long as you have confidence and strength, you will definitely be able to break through. This is because there is nothing supreme in this world. There is no limit, only limitless, said Zhongli in his heart. Then, The 10th nomological law is to break through the limit and reach infinity. This is a milestone, so let's call it shattering. The so-called shattering is to break through the void. Shattering the void means to surpass the limit, to make the limit infinite. Zhongli murmured. 9 is an extreme number. My 9th nomological law is the rebirth nomological law, which represents immortality and eternity. This is already the limit. I must completely shatter it to break through the limit of 9 and reach the realm of 10. Chapter 667. What was fragmentation? Fragmentation was transcendence. It was a clean choice. Zhongli had finally thought through the basics of the 10th nomological law, but this was still a castle in the air. He did not know how to condense the broken runes, nor did he know how to cultivate the nomological law. Everything still needed to be put into practice. Naturally, it was possible that his thinking was wrong and he would have to change in the future. All in all, the 10th rule was in the brewing stage and was far from being formed. I wonder how the cultivation world is doing. I have a hunch that the entire world has undergone a huge change. Whether it is good or bad, it is hard for me to say. When he thought of the cultivation world, Zhongli felt many complicated changes in his heart. He was not worried. Instead, he was thinking about all sorts of countermeasures for the future. He also knew that these few years were crucial for the cultivation world and even the entire human race's development. Whether they lived or died, ascended or perished depended on the specific development in these few years. Whoosh! At that moment, someone appeared in his cave abode. It was Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang's expression was grim. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. Zhongli had a bad feeling all of a sudden. What happened? Zhongli asked immediately. The expedition fleet was annihilated, Yi Wushuang said coldly. Yi Wushuang said coldly. Yi Wuji, who recommended you to the Immortal Tower, is dead, and so is Prince Tattoo. This time, the Immortal Tower has lost tens of thousands of saints, thousands of Dao realm powerhouses, and countless other experts. Apart from that, there's a massive amount of energy and savings. The wealth that we've plundered has disappeared as well. The news has reached the upper echelons of the Immortal Tower, and they're furious. Who killed them? Zhongli said calmly. The cultivation world. That small world actually has a chaos divine weapon, the ancient chaos halberd. That halberd is controlled by heaven's will. With just a slight wave, an entire fleet would be annihilated. Now, that world has been renamed as the human world. Just from this name alone, one can tell that those people are extremely ambitious. They simply have the ambition to swallow the heavens and earth. Building a real human world? Human world? Heh, I can't even imagine that. Yi Wushuang had no idea if he was praising or angry. Such a thing actually happened. Only Luo Feng knew about Jiang Li's secret. However, he believed that Luo Feng wouldn't say it. Instead, he would help him hide it. This was because he knew that Luo Feng was the son of the celestial world. What do we do now? Would they send a god to hunt him down? Destroy the entire cultivation world? The higher-ups are discussing something. This time, we must strike like thunder and destroy this world. Even the immortal realm cannot challenge our power. Of course, this matter is very complicated. It involves the brain of the universe star field. It is very likely that the world of cultivation is a trap and bait for the brain of the universe star field. There is a person in the world of cultivation called Wang Chao, who has great power in the brain of the universe star field. Furthermore, his strength is already exceedingly high. Yi Wushuang said, I'm here to tell you this mainly so that you're mentally prepared. In the future, it's very likely that we'll organize an army to fight again. You might be chosen. It's my duty, Zhongli said. No, you must try your best to refuse when you're chosen. Yi Wushuang's tone changed Jiang Li's mind. You have a bright future. If you fight with your current cultivation base, you'll die. Therefore, I don't want the people I train to become cannon fodder. Do you understand? Then what should I do? Zhongli knew that there were many schemes in the Immortal Tower star field. From now on, you must keep a low profile. If you participate in the Genius King's battle, you can end it hastily or not participate at all. Yi Wushuang thought about it. I'll think of a way for you to continue cultivating and not participate in the battle. Remember, don't be in the limelight for now. I know. Zhongli nodded. His heart was in turmoil. He did not expect the world of cultivation to be so ruthless. They had destroyed Prince Tattoo's fleet, renamed it the human world, and occupied the light from Providence. He was very relieved to know that humans could survive without him. Yi Wuxuang disappeared as soon as he was done speaking. In the next second, Luo Feng appeared in his cave abode. Something big has happened. Do you know that? I know. Yi Wuxuang told me earlier. Zhongli knew what Luo Feng was trying to say. Luo Feng waved all of a sudden, and will covered both of them. He even blocked the system's power. Zhongli, I can't believe your world of cultivation is so bold. It's not far from destruction. However, I never thought that you humans would be so bold to say that you're building a human world. That way, you can attract many kind and ambitious people to join you. Zhongli knew that very well. In the entire universe, there were good and evil. Once the slogan of the human world was shouted, it would definitely attract a group of ambitious people. It was equivalent to contending for hegemony in the world. Once one became an emperor, heroes from all walks of life would come to seek refuge in order to plot a good life. I want to invest in the cultivation world, Luo Feng said. I think the concept of the mortal world is very meaningful. So long as you can overcome many tribulations and successfully condense the mortal world, you'll be invincible in the world. How about this? How about we work together? Aren't we working together now? Zhongli asked. I thought your world of cultivation was just messing around and they dared not do anything. Now, it seems like killing Prince Tattoo's fleet is really bold. I admit that I've underestimated you guys. Therefore, I have high hopes for this world and I want to support it. To be honest, without my support and help, it'll be hard for you guys to get through this disaster. The Immortal Tower is furious this time, and a god will arrive soon. As soon as the god attacks, it'll be hard for you guys to win even with the ancient Chaos Halberd, Luo Feng said. What do you have in mind? Jiang Li's eyebrows twitched. I still have some influence in the immortal world. I can form a company and join your world of cultivation as a part of it. Other than that, I can mobilize a part of the immortal world's origin and inject it into the world of cultivation to build a big formation. This will shorten the time it takes for the world of cultivation to become a universe in at least 1 month, Luo Feng said confidently. No, our world of cultivation has accepted the origin of the immortal world. Even if we become a part of it, we'll just be a vassal of the immortal world. What's the point of that? Zhongli knew that Luo Feng had many tricks up his sleeves. Maybe he could really help him, but he didn't need this kind of help. So stubborn? Living is better than dying. Luo Feng shook his head. We might not die. The Immortal Tower's star zone can't cover the whole universe. It'll only have an absolute advantage in the universe with 3 dimensions. Zhongli said, You also know that our human's martial ancestor Ba Liming caused a huge commotion in the Immortal Tower star zone, but he didn't die. He was only suppressed. Now that we killed Prince Tattoo, it's actually just a small matter. It won't alarm the immortal general-level existences. Why do you care so much? You can't say it like that. Luo Feng shook his head. No matter how powerful Ba Liming is, he's just one person. He won't be able to have a deep impact on the multiverse. Anyone with eyes can see how terrifying the world of cultivation is. Once it really matures, it'll definitely be unstoppable. We've already cut off our connection with the immortal world. It's impossible for us to reconnect our karma. You don't have to say anything about this. This is the characteristic of a world. Zhongli said, The immortal world is aloof, while our world of cultivation is passionate. They're different in nature. This is the difference in our Tao. I know the world of cultivation is built on the foundation of the multiverse. Without the immortal world, where would there be a world of cultivation? In other words, without the world of cultivation, there would be no immortal world. The immortal world is the hope of the world of cultivation, and the world of cultivation is the foundation of the immortal world. The two are definitely not in opposition to each other, but rather complementary. Luo Feng waved his hand. No, that's after our world of cultivation was established, Zhongli said. Right now, We're not the real world of cultivation. In short, we welcome you to help us as an individual, but you'll use your life as the son of the immortal world to replace the will of the heavens, to join our world and share its fortune. That's absolutely impossible. I think the number one great emperors of the immortal world, the Soul Emperor and the Longevity Emperor, built the embryonic cultivation world because they didn't want to be entangled with the immortal world. Now that you put it like that, it's going to be difficult. Luo Feng sighed. For the sake of the world of cultivation, you won't accept the immortal world's investment. If that's the case, you won't be able to escape the tribulation. There's always a chance to escape the tribulation, and we need to destroy it. Without it, how can we reach the next level? Zhongli looked away. Luo Feng, I think we should work together. But we don't need to go to the world of cultivation. I left because I hoped that the people there would grow under pressure and not under my protection. So, I won't care about what happens there for now. You really won't care? Luo Feng didn't know why Zhongli had changed so much. Of course. Since I'm leaving, I'll let them develop on their own, Zhongli said. What I need to do now is release Ba Liming from the chaos prison. I won't consider anything else. We can only think about this at length. Luo Feng knew that once Ba Liming was released, the world of cultivation would be stabilized. But releasing Ba Liming was easier said than done. All right, since you don't agree to help the world of cultivation, forget it. You don't understand now, but it doesn't mean you won't understand in the future. When the tribulation comes, you'll have to compromise sooner or later. I'm here today for another matter. What is it? Zhongli was taken aback. I'm going to look for a treasure and also a chaos weapon. I've already received the news. You'll be a good helper. How about we go now? Luo Feng said with a smile. What? Chaos weapons are hard to come by. Why would it appear again? Zhongli didn't believe it. No, chaos weapons are also divided into different grades. The ancient chaos halberd you obtained is one of the highest grade weapons. There are other chaos weapons that aren't as strong, but if you obtain them, your strength will increase greatly. This time, I'm looking for a blade of ownerless. It contains a kind of innate ownerless intent. I want to refine it and turn it into primordial chaos. That way, I'll be able to cultivate the second Grand Tao, primordial chaos Grand Tao. It's also the king of Grand Tao. If you can cultivate 2 Grand Tao, how strong will you become? Zhongli shook his head and sighed. He felt that he was stuck on the infinite Grand Tao. He couldn't compare to others who relied on the wisdom of their predecessors. One was walking, the other was opening the path. Of course, the latter was thousands of times more difficult. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.